Now that between Maha and me, we are making a tag team of question and answer. Cool. So we'll get started. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to this afternoon, to the RegTech Accelerator that Zone Startups at the Bombay Stock Exchange is running in partnership with Gift City. Esteemed Chief Guest, Mr. R. Gandhi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you joining us today in this iconic location for the RegTech Conclave, the finale of India's first regulatory technology accelerator program for the BFSI industry. This event is run, as I said, by Zone Startups India in partnership with the Gujarat International Finance Tech City, Gandhinagar, and supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. The accelerator has been curated under the guidance of the esteemed Reserve Bank of India, the International Financial Services Centres Authority, India, and in partnership with marquee enterprises, namely BSE Limited, India International Exchange, Yes Bank, BCT Digital, Capita, and Sprinto, who are program partners, and Deloitte, who is our esteemed knowledge partner. The financial regulatory technology, or RegTech sector, has been gaining a lot of attention in India as well as globally. This attention has been driven by the increasing volumes and costs of compliance. Nearly everyone who's run a business anywhere in the world will attest to this. And banking, however, is probably one of the primary sectors that has been regulated globally. Also possibly the oldest. So I'll probably use banking to illustrate a point here. Can someone, not Maha, or maybe Maha if nobody else can get it, tell me how old the oldest bank in the world is? Okay. How old is the oldest central bank in the world? We'll give answers later, but roughly there is about a 2-century difference between the oldest bank in the world and the oldest regulator or central bank in the world. Central banks began to be formed at least 200 years after banks, like I said. So throughout history, we see this trend. Anytime there's a new innovation, the innovation comes first. And then, once there's enough adoption in the population, is when we see that there is some amount of effort to sort of streamline it, regulate it, etc. Regulators and legislators begin to notice it after it's gained some amount of momentum. And finally, some rules are laid around it. So yeah, I mean, and by the way, later on in the day, we'll also learn which were the first bank and the first central bank in the world. So yeah, pay attention to the rest of the day. I won't give answers just yet, but yeah, pay attention to the day to find out. Anyway, I've spoken for long enough to tell you more about Zone Startups, the RegTech Accelerator, and to welcome you all for the day. I'd like to call upon stage Shri Hemant Gupta, MD BIL Ryerson Technology Startup Incubator Foundation, or as we fondly call it, Zone Startups India. Hemant is an alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta, and has been with the BSc ecosystem for a few years now. He was previously MD of Samman at the CSR initiative and also heads the Social Stock Exchange initiative. Welcome, Hemant.
Thank you, Anisha. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Like I was telling some of the people here, it's always speaking from here, it's such an energizing experience. And 17 of you will get a chance to do so shortly in front of this august jury and vie for cash prizes as well as prizes from our partners. I will not take up too much time. I don't want to stand between you and the pitches. So I'll just give a brief history of what we're trying to do here. Zone Startups was set up about 10 years ago. It's a three-way partnership between BSc Institute and 2 Canadian universities. And we, apart from an incubator, we run a variety of accelerator programs. By far, our largest program is Empower, which is a women-focused program where we accelerate women-founded startups. RegTech, this particular program is part of DST's I Accelerator scheme, sponsored partly by them. And when we had approached them with the idea of running a RegTech accelerator, it had actually come as a surprise because, as you might have heard and you will continue hearing during the day, this is the first RegTech accelerator program in India, right? India has led the way by leaps and bounds on the fintech side. It has been a pioneer in the payment space across the world and building the India stack. And we perhaps have some of the more complex and mature regulations in the financial system across the world. But RegTech has been, in a systemic way, not been approached. So this is the first time that a RegTech accelerator program is being run. And I'm hoping that this is actually a start of a movement where we will have a more structured approach to regulatory technology. If you talk to the financial institutions and you talk to the regulators, there is pain on both sides, right? The frequently changing regulations. And we just had a roundtable this morning where some of those thoughts were also expressed, and Aruna later today will talk more about it. But it is an area which requires attention, and I think hopefully going forward will get the attention it deserves. With that, I'd actually like to hand it back to Hanisha for a word from one of our partners, and then we'll get to the pitches. Thank you so much. And once again, welcome to all.
Thanks, Hemant. So now we hear from Sri Sandeep Shah, GM of Gift City, who's joining us virtually from Gift City, Gandhinagar. Mr. Sandeep Shah heads the International Financial Services Center at Gift City, and where they are, as I mentioned, developing a hub in Gandhinagar. He's worked extensively to bring new business activities in the areas of fintech, bullion trading, ship leasing, and tie-ups with foreign universities. He's been instrumental in bringing domestic and international partnerships, including signing cooperation agreements with Bloomberg, Refinitiv, and Gujarat National Law University, ICFI Business School, and the National Institute of Financial Management. He has been leading various initiatives within IFSCA and liaisoning with the Ministry of Finance, RBI, SEBI, and RDAI to develop and promote IFSC globally. Do we have Mr. Shah? He's also currently the member of a steering committee set up by the Ministry of Finance for promoting exports of financial services to India. That's a perspective we hope to hear about today. Thank you so much. Yeah. While the tech team does its magic. Oh, there we go. We had him for a second. I'm sorry, I've worked in technology all my career, but this part is true. To royally, make things go wrong, you need technology sometimes. So, sorry, bear with us for a minute. While we try to get Mr. Shah in the screen, maybe some more fun questions. Something from movies? This movie that's set in the mid-2000s, where I had a few financial experts observing the instability of the US housing market and predicting its collapse. Can anybody name the movie? Sorry? Not Inside Job. The Big Short. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Shah, we'll have you on screen in a minute. While we're trying to get him on screen, maybe something a little about the audience here, so that the startups that are presenting know exactly who they are speaking to. How many of you are investors? How many of you come from a venture capital fund or a PE fund? Okay. How many are potential customers for something like a compliance product? Okay. And how many from the banking and the financial services industry? Good to know. And how far has everyone traveled to be here? So if you've traveled over 2,000 kilometers to be here today, raise your hands, please. Wow, welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Where have you come from? From Delhi? Oh, lovely. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yep. I think we are nearly there.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I start now? I think.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. I think we know the first topic stated now, and that's why startups are able to help us to get in and solutions for such problems, how to connect easily to the various platforms. But pleasure to be part of this session. Unfortunately, I could not travel and join the very wonderful and very well planned event today. I think the regulatory technology we have all been talking about, and it has always been measured more to the cost efficiency perspective and the kind of process improvement. But we feel that I think the regulations have become integral part of the business decisions as well. Let me come to a point where how as a gift city we are evolving, and it's also a very startup ecosystem where the regulations are evolving, the businesses are evolving, and if you look at the overall journey of last 2 years, more than 7 to 8 new businesses have been enabled here, which were not happening in India at all. And I think that's where the opportunities arise, where many of your youth startups can actually be a part of the ecosystem that we are developing here. For the benefits of the new members and who are not familiar with Gift City, let me take this opportunity to introduce what we do, where we are right now, and how you can all be a part of the emerging ecosystem that we are creating here. So Gift City, basically, it's a model smart city project of Government of Gujarat, located closer to the Ahmedabad International and Domestic Airport and much closer to the Gandhinagar, which is the state capital. What we are trying to do here is the creating an ecosystem for financial and technology companies. And also, if you look at the GIFT as a name, the finance and technology has kind of enabled from the day one in 2007-8 when the project was under a conceptualized stage. It got finance and technology kind of angle from the day one. And probably that's how if you look at the infrastructure, if you look at the regulatory ecosystem, if you look at the incentives, these are all aligned to ensure that India emerges as one of the leading global financial and IT services hub. Uh, in terms of the businesses, while the financial services ecosystem is already kind of playing an important role to create this financial center with the presence of banks, with the presence of insurance companies, with the presence of capital market players. But the question is how it is different from a normal banking or normal BFSI segment that is operating in India. So I think this is very important for all the startups and we all know that the BFSI today is the most regulated sector in globally. And it has all valid reasons we know now today with the current scenario as well. Why do we need the regulated environment for the BFSI sector? And probably as this startup ecosystem, you may not be a part of the BFSI directly, but indirectly the entire solution that you may be offering would be some or other way linked to the BFSI sector. So it is very important for all of you also to look at the enabling environment within the BFSI segment, whether it will support the solution that you are trying to achieve basically as a part of the problem statement that you are trying to solve. So the IFSC at GIFT City has been recognized as the deemed foreign territory under the Foreign Exchange Management Regulations of RBI, which means when entity is set up in IFSC, it is recognized as non-resident entity. And that's the beauty of the entire financial center that is operating here, where it provides you the flexibility in terms of dealing with foreign institutions, foreign money, and the foreign retail investors without any restrictions. In addition to it, I think Mr. Joseph Jose is already there with you, and he actually leads the entire fintech initiatives of the IFSC at GIFT City. And that's very interesting kind of a format or the environment which has been provided, where for you, if you are creating a solution which can help you to connect with the global world, sitting in India is now possible. We are all hearing today where startups, the global startups, which have actually structured their entities globally and they are operating through the global banking solutions. But probably today the entire world is looking at how, if they are looking to do business in India, how they can actually access the international financial ecosystem at GIFT City. And that's where the IFSC comes into a play, where it's basically a gateway for inbound and outbound investment. So the offshore investors or the offshore companies looking to enter India, there are right kind of regulations, right kind of incentives available today in the IFSC, where you can actually access this market very easily. And for global fintech firm also, and I was looking at the 17 fintech, the startup list today, and one of the startup is also from the Sweden. And I think for you the benefit is also that being part of India, still you can enjoy many of the kind of a deemed foreign territory status within India and can access to the Indian market. So I think with this enabling environment, while you would be projecting your product today, but I would also recommend all of you to look at the available opportunities here, because we are not talking about only more from banking, insurance, and capital markets. The IFSC talks about the leasing business. It talks about the bullion trading. It talks about how can you provide easy access to the foreign investors to access the retail products in India. It also talks about how can you provide easy access to the retail investors to access foreign market. So I think the horizon is quite broad, and there are already many problem statements available in IFSC for which you can work together to provide the right kind of solutions to the ecosystem player in GIFT City. I'll not take much time. I think the day is very packed, and I'm sure the jury is going to give you a kind of right kind of advice. So while this is not the last day of the acceleration, the journey starts from here. And probably I'll also request Gaurav to invite all the startups which have joined today to actually come physically at GIFT City and also understand how the ecosystem is evolving in the international financial services domain. And I wish all the best to all the startups today. and best wishes for the event, and look forward to engaging with all of you in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a big round of applause, people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. We really wish you would have been here, but thank you for those words. And yes, for sure, looking at building some phenomenal global businesses out of India. So, next up, we will hear from Sri Joseph Joshi, CTO of IFSCA. Joseph Joshi is the Chief Technology Officer at IFSCA, as I mentioned, the Unified Financial Sector Regulator for IFSC, is established as a statutory authority by the Government of India. He's a senior technology leader driving fintech, supervisory technology, and other strategic initiatives, including contributing to the fintech agenda at the India-UK Financial Partnership, India-US Financial Regulatory Dialogue, and India-Japan Macroeconomic Policy Dialogue. He has been a member of various other international steering groups and builds bridges with overseas regulators like the Monetary Authority of Singapore, amongst others. Prior to this stint, he was part of the management team that founded the Reserve Bank Information Technology, the IT subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of India. He's worked on RBI's technology vision with the IT subcommittee of the Central Board and has been associated with numerous technology projects and initiatives for RBI across 25 departments spanning inspection, supervision, enforcement, risk monitoring, currency management, foreign exchange, consumer education, and protection, amongst others. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Respected Mr. Gandhi, the chief guest, dignitaries in front of me, and friends, innovators, good afternoon. It's actually a proud moment for me to stand here, because I remember a few months ago when Mr. Hemant and Mr. Gaurav came to our office in the GIFT City, IFSC office, and they were talking about an accelerator getting set up in GIFT City and what are the perspectives from a regulator. I was wondering, what's an accelerator doing here? And why do they want to know the regulatory perspectives? But then I realized accelerators spawn fintechs are a very crucial element for any ecosystem to build. And then when a few months later they came up with this idea of a RegTech accelerator program, I said, yeah, let's do it. You know, there was a City of London report in 2021 which said of the 11 items where they want to see improvement, the top one was regulatory stance. So definitely we didn't want to fall into that, and that was the trigger. And you have the Reserve Bank of India also onboarded, and I'm told SEBI, somebody's talking this afternoon. So it cannot get bigger than this. You have the central bank, you have the capital markets regulator. All players of the ecosystem are under one roof. So great. So that's why I'm really happy to be here. While they said I need to talk here, I thought, let me get some points later in the evening. But yesterday was a hectic day with multiple committee meetings and all this stuff. And then I thought, in this age of ChatGPT, what's the point in me giving you data points, which you can get it anyway? So I thought, let's share some perspectives. And as with any talk, the disclaimer is there, the views are personal. I do not represent, or I'm not saying the IFSCA official view here. So I have a couple of perspectives. And this is primarily based on the applications we receive at IFSCA. So as all of you know, or some of you might know already, we have this fintech entity framework, which is a regulatory framework. As a regulator, we have launched. And in that, we have recognized RegTech under the TechFin category. You might ask, why not fintech? So under the fintech entity, we, taking the purest view from FSB, the Financial Stability Board, we created the fintech and the TechFin, because RegTech is actually technology for the finance world, the BFSI. So under that, we get applications. So I'm talking from that perspective. So in the first wave, when we got applications, I could see applications doing KYC, right? Good enough. The second wave, when applications came, I could see applications doing KYC and transaction monitoring together. So one clear trend which I could see was from being a single pointed solution, people were kind of building a good set of modular solutions going forward. And I think that is the trend. You cannot just stay with one point. You need to start collaborating probably within the RegTechs, probably within the ecosystem partners, probably a core banking, because RegTech has to move from the periphery to the core business. So that's a clear trend which I could see on the collaboration front. The other thing, when being an international jurisdiction, we had some foreign fintechs coming in, and I could see the cross-border impact, the cross-jurisdictional impact coming. Today, some of us are focused on the local jurisdiction. India is a big market, no doubt about it. But then I think we need to arrive on the global stage. UK is the leader for RegTech. HKMA had a vision 2025 to make Hong Kong as a RegTech hub. Where is India? So we need to look at cross-jurisdictional. And I saw a very interesting RegTech who applied to us. I'm not divulging any names or details, but this is what happened. They were looking at the Basel framework, and it was on the risk management part. And in a couple of years, after Basel had given the guidelines, the UK regulator had come up with a set of regulations in that area. MAS, Monetary Authority of Singapore, followed. HKMA followed. South Africa followed. And they were already building a solution based on what they heard from Basel. And now they've come to us, and we have given them the nod to go ahead, so that they can be in GIFT IFSC and serve these foreign regulators. So that's a good learning. You might want to look at the BISs, the IOSCOs, and the FATFs of the world to see where this entire industry is going to move and plot your chart. So this is my first perspective for you. The second one is on the technology aspect itself. I know 2008 crisis triggered a lot of things in terms of compliance, and I'll be preaching to the choir if I'm going to say RegTech is going to solve the cost of compliance versus the quality of data from a regulated entity and a regulator perspective. So it's all known. And technology has played a big role, be it AI, ML, cloud, biometrics, DLT, whatever. But I think we need to start reimagining things here. We need to turn this entire thing upside down. And what I mean by that is the AI which is being used to automate, to give you inferences which we are not seen in the past, how is the governance of that AI going to happen? We have all heard about ethical AI, we heard about explainable AI. So can we turn this upside down and use the same RegTech to look at that same technology which powered the first wave of RegTech, right? So that's one way to look at it. I don't know if some of you are working with ChatGPT, but I got a team member to look into it so that I'm just thinking, can I do supervision using ChatGPT? GPT-4 is out. By the time GPT-10 comes, probably we are talking about singularity here. I don't know. That's what people are saying. And I'm sure you're also looking into it. We're talking about embedded supervision, DLT. I'm thinking, can I have a regulatory node or a regulatory fabric on a DLT, a blockchain? Can I have KYC, AML, CFT built into a blockchain? Can I have a regulated blockchain? It sounds like an oxymoron, I know, but we are working on it. We have some partners with whom we're working. All these are not fiction. And as a regulator, when I'm doing so much, I'm sure you as a market is going to think more on. And I didn't even start on Web 3.0 or Metaverse. I think those are areas which are going to make us reimagine things than what we are doing today. For example, I can be immortal. My avatar can be immortal in the metaverse. Long after I'm gone, my family and friends, because of the haptic suits I wore and the data the AI/ML has collected, they exactly know my mannerisms, the way I talk, what I will talk, so that avatar can continue living. But how will you take care of the digital identity of that avatar, which is immortal? So those are some pressing questions which the so-called technology is going to throw against each of your innovators. So these were two broad perspectives I want to put in. And of course, for those who wanted some data, probably I need to spit out something to satisfy you too. I'm told this is an industry which is going to be more than 20 billion by 2027, growing at a CAGR of 20% and above, approximately, but it depends from which perspective you're looking. But one thing I can tell for sure, with India taking the lead, the presidency at G20, the focus on Global South, be it in absolute terms or percentage terms, the Global South versus US and Europe, the percentages are mind-boggling in terms of the growth for this year and future. There is a market. And as I said, we are going to count on each of you to take us to the top. And I believe this RegTech Accelerator program today is going to be that defining moment, that watershed moment for us in India, which will usher in the RegTech regulation so that we get our rightful place on the top. And as they say, the cream always rises to the top. Thank you very much.
So please stay on stage. So, Mr. Joshi, I'd like you to accept a token of our appreciation from Gaurav Prakash, Chief Strategy Officer, Zone Startups. Thank you very much for those enlightening words, Mr. Joshi. I mean, there were some good thoughts, good learnings there for all of us. Next up, we'd like to invite on stage Shri Suvendu Pati, CGM FinTech Department of the Reserve Bank of India. He currently heads the FinTech Department at the Central Office in Mumbai. His key responsibilities include the CBDC, the Central Bank Digital Currency, FinTechs, regulatory approach and framework, FinTech innovation, building this regulatory sandbox, RegTech, SupTech, the supervisory tech, as we heard. He's also represented India in the Financial Stability Board, the Basel Working Group on Unbacked Crypto Assets. He's been with the RBI for the last 27 years and has over 15 years experience in supervision, encompassing commercial banks, large NBFCs, and cooperative banks. He has handled different core functions at RBI, including currency management, foreign exchange, rural credit, planning, auditing, and budgeting. Apart from an MBA, he also holds an MS in Finance and Financial Regulation from the UK. Welcome, Mr. Sripati.
Very good afternoon. Chief Guest Sri Gandhi, Sri Gupta, Mr. Joseph Joshi, the jury members, the organizers of this event, the participants in this conclave. It really gives me a very immense pleasure to be here, as this provides an opportunity for an interaction with all of you. And after that flamboyant sort of opening by Mr. Joshi, it is going to be a somewhat staid and simple stuff from my side, but let's see. The idea is to communicate as well as receive some inputs from all of you. I would like to compliment the organizers and the Gift City Gandhinagar as well as the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to take this initiative, which is very unique in a sense, and which is a very emerging area, something that all of us needs to work on. I would like to take some time, to talk about RBI has created this, the newly minted, so to say, the FinTech department last year, January 2022, and we are just about a year old in that sense.
Recording in progress.
The broader objective of this department is to foster innovation in this space, FinTech space, while ensuring that the risks, if at all anything emanating, are addressed in a timely manner. Thereafter, we in FinTech department look at all innovations, all spaces related to innovations, and look at the various initiatives that we can take in this respect. Basically, a few such initiatives that already are underway and you all would be familiar with are relating to the setting up of the regulatory sandbox framework. We also have come out with the interoperable regulatory sandbox, in which the entities can test their products and services if it is straddling across multiple regulators. We also run a long-form hackathon in the name of Harbinger series, and the second edition of it is currently on. And one of the themes within the Harbinger 2023 is addressing specifically devoted to the RegTechs, arrive at the solutions which would ease this, regulatory burdens, and how do we improve this. So we would like to see some innovations coming our way in the times to come as well. And of course, this event, itself, it will throw some ideas. Further, in order to promote the innovation in the financial sector space, we have also floated a wholly owned subsidiary named Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub, which is based out of Bangalore. And that was created in 2021. And it is working on several key projects, leading the tech-based initiatives and innovations forward. Among other things, like it was said in the introduction, one of the key mandates for the FinTech department is to look at the entire RegTech and SupTech space more closely. So this is a thrust area for us. How do we guide this sector forward? How do you harness the potential benefits in the times to come? So there is no gainsaying that the complexities in the financial services space, they have increased, and consequently the requirement of the regulatory reporting by the regulated entities. And the supervisors and the other spectrum, the supervisors and the regulators, they are also facing challenges in obtaining the timely and accurate compliances, processing various reports that they receive or regulatory filings that they get, and come out with the right kind of conclusions to aid policy making. Therefore, on both sides, both on the regulated entities as well as on the side of the regulator and supervisors, there are challenges. And in the foreseeable futures, these challenges are likely to remain or even increase owing to the growing interconnectedness or the complexities that this entire ecosystem throws up. Now, it is not that a Reserve Bank or other regulators are not working towards simplifying the regulations per se and, making the regulations easier to comply or follow. Just to give an illustration, if you would have tracked the Regulations Review Authority 2, which was set up in 2021, as part of that exercise, Reserve Bank withdrew 475 instructions in 3 tranches, and the modified or closed 65 returns that were required to be submitted. And these were as of May 2022, this was achieved. So there is some work in this direction, but having said this, the complexities still remain. And that turns our attention to what can be done to alleviate the burden of the regulated entities and at the same time make the life of the supervisors and the regulators a little more comfortable. Here in this challenge lies the opportunity, I believe. With the greater technological advancements as well as the adoption of technology by both the regulated entities and the regulators and the supervisors, the question is whether right selection and appropriate use of the technology, can we come up with a required solution? And our belief is a strong yes. And therefore, there is opportunity for the fintechs and specifically for the RegTechs to come up and explore this space and come out with workable, affordable, efficient solutions which should be in the interest of everyone. I would not like to go much into the detail about this space. Some numbers have been already shared. But what we gather is that based on quoting the Deloitte study and the Traction Customs report on the RegTechs, we understand there are around 140 RegTechs which were operating out of India as on December 21. And the RegTech industry in India has received a funding of around 10.35 billion INR till November 21. And all of this has happened in the 5 years starting from 2016 to 21. Of course, at RBI, we would be looking at some industry body to collate this data, spearhead this kind of a SRO kind of activity and come out with the whole ecosystem, who are the participants, who are the players, what activities they are engaged in, so we can have a little more granular visibility on this entire space. So that is a thought I would like to leave with some of you who are here. Now, what are the typical use cases that the RegTech entities have been sort of addressing? They are, as talked about, is about on the KYC AML side, the fraud monitoring, the early warning signals, risk management, regulatory reporting. Now, for these RegTech solutions that are being using the emerging technologies such as the AI and ML, cloud computing and all that, biometrics, application programming interfaces. So the expected benefits are very obvious, like the speed, cost savings, better compliance, new and innovative solutions to help the compliance and risk management, prevention of frauds, accurate and timely regulatory reporting. Some of the areas that could be thought about, predictive analysis and things like that. But a moment of, while developing these models, one needs to be very mindful of the biases that some of these models can throw up at times. Here my urge would be with the regulated entities. While they are tech teams and they will come up with these models and suggest some of them, the board, the management should be conscious of the fact that how good these models are, what are the underlying assumptions, and are there any biases which are creeping into these models, which are sort of inducing a kind of a not so accurate judgment or a decision-making behavior. So while doing all this, the entities should analyze, take the both broader cycle of the data so that these features get inbuilt, adequately addressed. So what are the challenges some of these fintech ecosystem players are facing? One are the integration issues with the legacy system, which is the biggest challenge. The data management issues, sometimes there is lack of skilled manpower. There are compliances with their own internal guidelines and varied level of adoption across various regulated entities. So unified approach is sometimes not very possible. So we believe that regulated entities and with the support of fintechs, they will have to find a way to address these challenges and make progress. And here I would like to quote George Bernard Shaw, who said, "Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything." So it is a requirement, like the regulated entities have to invest, they have to think hard on how to make changes within their own systems, as well as fintechs. There is an opportunity, how do you guide and partner with them to come up with the right kind of solutions. As a regulator, our role is to act as an enabler or a facilitator while ensuring the overall financial stability, and to create an enabling environment and provide stability to the RegTech ecosystem. There is a need to understand the challenges faced by these regulated entities as well as the RegTech solution providers. And in this direction, we have started taking some initial steps. We had 3 separate interactions with the regulated entities, like one with the banks, one with the non-banking financial companies, and one with the RegTech entities themselves. But this is just the beginning. This will give us inputs with regard to charting our future course of action in the coming times. We are also, engaging with the other standard setting bodies as well as the other foreign regulators to understand the approaches they are taking and possibly pick some of the good initiatives that they have taken and sort of adopt in our jurisdiction. We are also scanning the, the RegTech landscape, both domestically as well as worldwide. Tracking these developments, again, will help fine-tune our approach. So one of the thoughts that I would like to, again, touch upon is that RegTech entities who are trying to experiment with new products, they can approach or avail the framework of the regulatory sandbox to test their products in partnership with regulated entities or otherwise. So that is some theme. The new theme would be theme neutral cohort that is getting opened, as well as one can apply under the closed cohorts. If there are any, products or services that needs a more deep dive technology initiative, some of you can consider partnering with our Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub on a project basis. So there would be, and also I would take this opportunity to our Indian fintechs and RegTech entities to take part in the global hackathons and the tech sprints that are underway, which are available globally. So let's not confine to India only. It would be very interesting on our part to see what kind of solutions are coming up with this particular initiative from the JDSI today. I would be very keen to look at that, some of them. And through our studies and interactions, some of the pain points that we have come to understand is that there are hardly any channels which are available for the RegTech solution providers to get in touch with the regulators. And there is lack of avenue to get in touch with the subject matter experts. And sometimes there is a lack of industry or knowledge sharing forums. I am sure this initiative has solved all of this to a varied degree, and this is the first beginning in that direction. And I am sure all the participating entities would have benefited from such a forum. These pain points are getting addressed through such an accelerator program. And RBI is on board, and IFSCA is on board, and SEBI and others are also on board. Now let me conclude with I know I am exceeding my time, but let me conclude with a couple of thoughts. We believe that the RegTech sector has enormous potential to help businesses build a culture of compliance, also identify the learning opportunities, and save time and money or bring efficiency to this space in terms of regulatory matters. With the substantial increase in availability and the granularity of data, the new infrastructure such as cloud computing and APIs, these are reshaping the way the compliance function is approached by the incumbents. Our expectation is that there must be accelerated adoption of the RegTech solutions, and RegTech solution deploying advanced analytics should be attempting towards risk modeling, risk analysis, stress testing, which could be identify some of the key areas in the in the market risk, operational risk, all these aspects. We also expect that all stakeholders should work for developing some sort of a standardized financial regulatory data framework, streamlined reporting processes, and making their data open source to achieve the improved compliance outcomes and better risk management. With the evolution of more complex guidelines for banking, it is expected that there is an incremental role for the RegTechs to come into this space and provide solutions. One of the areas, for example, where the RegTechs can think of, deploying the AI model is in the microprudential supervision, which could improve the assessment of risks, including the credit and liquidity risks, which will help the supervisors to focus on risk analysis and doing forward-looking assessments. Another domain where we seek support from the RegTech fraternity is development of tools enabling the machine-readable regulations. So we all know that machine-readable regulations is something at this stage looks quite aspirational, but some work needs to begin in this space. And there it is in this area that we seek, there is the collaboration between the industry, ecosystem participants and the regulators is of prime importance, where we can together understand the nuances and the challenges and determine the appropriate tools that can, resolve and come out with contextual solutions. So this is one area where we can all collaborate. And a platform like this that I am here today would provide, fillip to this kind of collaborative activity. And given the talent pool that the India has and the fintech the depth of Indian fintechs, we are well positioned to develop solutions not only for India but for the entire world and be a flag bearer in this field. And let me conclude with by quoting Barack Obama, who had said that if you are walking down the right path and you are willing to keep walking, eventually you will make progress. So thank you and all the best to all the entities, the participants, and look forward to future engagements in future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I'd request you to accept a small token of our appreciation from Shri Hemant Gupta, MD Zone Startups India. And now the moment we've, at least 17 teams have been waiting for a while. The pitches by the startups that were part of the RegTech Accelerator. But before we get the first startup on stage, just introducing the jury members. Our first jury member is Shri Prasanna Lohar, who has over 23 years of industry experience in engineering and development, product development, org strategy and governance, risk audit compliance management, business process management, enterprise architecture, mobile apps, data science, product innovation, e-commerce, payment platforms, automation, and big data, IoT, blockchain, and business development. He's currently CEO at Blockstack, where he practices blockchain research, digital transformation, innovation implementation, and architecture orchestration for building neobank platforms for a Web3 world. He's previously been Chief Innovation Officer at DCB Bank and worked 360 degrees for the banking ecosystem, both as a banker and a fintech expert, as well as a technology provider. Our second jury member is Mr. Praveer Vora, who used to be Chief Technology Officer, was President and Group CTO of ICICI Bank from 2005 to 2012. Mr. Vora's focus at ICICI Bank was to ensure a meaningful alignment of technology with overall business goals and to obtain the best from people, processes, and information within the organization. As Group CTO, he played key roles in shaping the bank's technology investments through repositioning strategies across both execution and product innovation. Prior to ICICI Bank, he served at the State Bank of India and post his stint at ICICI Bank, he's mentored startups in the payment space and more recently completed a 2-year assignment to set up the technology function at New Development Bank Shanghai. He serves on the board on the technology advisory committees of organizations like the Bombay Stock Exchange, NCDEX, the Indian Clearing Corporation, NPCI, Power Exchange India, etc. He also serves as independent director on the boards of Thomas Cook India, IDFC First Bank, Sterling Holiday Resorts, etc. He served on numerous technology and functioning committees set up by organizations like the CBDT, SEBI, UIAI, as well as RBI. Welcome, sir. Next up, we have Srinath Boluju. Srinath is an accomplished business leader with over 3 decades of experience in the banking industry. He's held leadership roles at country, region, and global levels at Deutsche Bank, RBL, and Citibank. He was most recently Chief Strategy Officer at KGISL, which is an enterprise software products and services company in the BFSI space. Prior to that, he was MD and Head of South Asia Operations and Technology at Citi. He is responsible for operations, technology, and infrastructure services, supporting corporate and consumer banking businesses in India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. Prior to that, he was at RBL Bank as their COO, and his responsibilities covered operations, technology functions, along with corporate services for infrastructure, real estate, corporate security, and procurement. He spent 21 years with Deutsche Bank in multiple geographies and multiple responsibilities. Next up, we have R. Muralidharan, who has over 35 years of experience in the banking and financial services and insurance sector. He's held CXO positions across institutions like ICICI Bank, Dhanalakshmi Bank, and L&T Financial Services. He's also on the board of Utkarsh Small Finance Bank and PGIM Mutual Fund, which is the India subsidiary of PGIM USA. He mentors startups in India and is on the advisory board of a tech startup in the US. His long tenures have been with the country's largest private and public sector banks, which is ICICI Bank, 13 years, and State Bank of India, where he spent 9 years. Experience spans corporate banking, retail banking, and digital channels. At ICICI, he was part of the team that set up the bank in 1994 and went on to become GM Global Operations Group. His transformational work in Dhanalakshmi Bank, where he was president and COO, got him the Asian Banker Award in 2012. He's retired as the group head at L&T Financial Services, where he led ops, technology, credit mid-office, and corporate social responsibility across the entire spectrum of infrastructure and project finance, retail lending, and rural finance. Next up, we have Komal Gupta from Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, where she is the Chief Innovation Officer. She is responsible for the firm's transformation using appropriate legal technologies, processes, and continuing to innovate. She focuses around legal technology, legal service delivery, and innovation culture, works at the intersection of people, processes, and technology to find solutions to pain points. She also, interestingly, manages a legal tech accelerator, incubator program, overseeing a 6-month program where for each cohort, she looks at everything from crowdsourcing ideas and screening pitches through to the emergence of market-ready products for the legal industry. Komal is a member of the advisory board of the Asia Pacific Legal Innovation and Technology Association and is a guest speaker at the NMIMS Kirit P. Mehta School of Law for the elective subject on law and technology. Welcome you all, and we look forward to getting your expertise for these 17 stellar teams that we have today. Okay, so first up on stage, we have Intellivings Private Limited, the founder Vivek Chande. Welcome, Vivek.
Hi all, very good afternoon. This is Team Intellivings. It is a phenomenal feeling to be here. So we'll get started with the pitch. We are time crunch, so I'll be starting on this.
Yeah, sorry, before you begin, I just wanted to mention that. So each team will pitch for 5 minutes, and there are 5 minutes of question and answers. Juries, you have your sheets. You may begin.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so this is Team Intellivings. I'm Pramod Sharma, founder and CEO. I have with me the founding members also, Vivek Chandel, the Chief of Staff, Sharmoy, he's heading product. So we help with AML CFT compliance, which is anti-money laundering and combating of financing of terrorism. So what is the vision overall is to help the financial institutions, banks, mutual funds, NBFCs, trading firms, exchanges to meet the AML CFT compliance with accuracy, ease, and comprehensiveness. The larger vision is to help reduce corruption and also to help stop terrorist funding, which would eventually bring down the possibility of attacks and also would make the world a better and safer place. And we want to help countries like India to meet the 40 guidelines of WETA very comprehensively. And the focus is just on AML safety compliance. The problem we are trying to address is related to inefficient methods in financial institutions to comply with AML safety guidelines. And CFT is combating of financing measures, leading to large costs and hefty penalties by regulators. Why this compliance is even required? The slides are little.
There's something wrong with this. Something issue with the slide.
Just a second. No? Moy, you can go.
Yeah, because the page is getting scrolled.
Yeah, so why this compliance is even required? If you go at the root of it, the problem is really serious. As per UN study, between 2 to 5% of global GDP is laundered money, and terrorist financing is a major enabler of all the terrorist activities. And the penalties for lapses have been on the rise throughout the world. Over $342 billion have been imposed as penalties and fines since 2009. And the penalty, the range is quite hefty in US and UK region where Goldman Sachs and Deutsche, they were penalized in millions of dollars. And India, the enforcement has got stricter, and since 2018, 27 FIs were penalized. So who's under the ambit of this compliance? Any regulated financial and non-financial institution also, which is banks, NBFCs, life insurance firms, general insurance firms, security firms, mutual funds, money services businesses, NBFCs, real estate, even jewelers. But this compliance is catching up. Pretty much any firm today, if you go at the root of it, any firm earning money today needs to have this compliance in place. The market size is approximately TAM India, which is the total addressable market in India, is approximately $400 million, and TAM Global is approximately $500 billion. This is the overall offering for AML CFT compliance, which we have in Intelivings. We cover the whole range of things which are required for AML CFT, starting with transaction monitoring rules with comprehensive AML scenarios. These are well vetted with principal officers, money laundering officers, and after a lot of research, we have come up with these scenarios, and there is outlier logic running in parallel. AI-based risk segmentation, threshold tuning with powerful simulator, and Intelivings AI, which gives all the relationship of transaction, UBOs, related parties, so that you can speed up the decision making on alerts and cases. And all the FIU and MIS reports are real-time and automatic in generation. And this is our biggest differentiator. We have our integration with all the global sanction list of the world, and our proprietary adverse media and PEP check database, which is in-house solution, proprietary solution. We cover the patterns on money laundering, drug trafficking, human trafficking, terrorism, smuggling. And there is a powerful case management solution which gives a whole life cycle to analyst, compliance officer, principal officer, or internal auditors to have end-to-end view on alerts and cases. This is our differentiator, Intelivings AI, which helps in end-to-end graphical view on the transaction patterns, helps in finding out the UBOs and the detection of the money laundering patterns exactly. PEP and Adverse Media Check, which is a proprietary solution. We have 30 years database from the global news, national news, regional, vernacular news on all the patterns, and the patterns are configurable. And we have transaction monitoring outlier logic, which runs in parallel to the fixed RFIs, red flag indicators, and a UBO detection logic also in place. And this is the program use cases which we have been working on, trade surveillance for BSE. We had good discussions. Hopefully that would progress further for firming up the POCs, and automation of regulatory reporting with Yes Bank. So that is also going in talks in advanced stage. So this is our client validation. We are live with 43 clients in India and UAE, and with 100% retention rate so far, including the large ones and also the SME and mid-size segment. And this is our ARR projection. So we, December 2022, we were 100K ARR, which is the annual recurring revenue. In March 2023, it is approximately 300K we are hitting already, and March 2024, it would be 840K USD. This is the team. We have the right mix of tech. I'm from the tech background, Vivek and Moy are from the business background. We have Teresa, who is from the regulatory background. Many of the regulators are also part of the team. Ex-regulator. Investment ask is we are raising 10 million and 3 million is already committed, but it is about 6 to 9 months of time. So this is some of our specials. We allotted 2 real case of TICE funding for one of the largest private sector banks. We won the highly committed Innovator of the Year by International Compliance Association. This was announced in Oval London. The jury consisted of compliance heads across the globe. They could see the accuracy and depth of the solution. We were selected as the best startup of the year by Tycon and STPI. And FIS Global selected us as top 9 startups from 11 countries. We were nominated as top 10 startups from India by Wharton. And we got selected in RegTech Accelerator. This is the feedback from one of the banks. And we are backed by leading institutions from funds from US, UK, and India. And Government of India has also funded us. So thank you so much. I'm ready for questions.
If I may, Pramod, thanks. That was a good presentation. A question for you. And you know, clearly you told us that you have live installations. How easy has it been for your clients to integrate the solution into their existing tech environment?
Yeah, so the whole solution is modular, firstly. We are heavily on the microservices, best tech. So we are heavily on deep tech and the right principles for technology. I've been doing this for a long time with the right set of team members. So we have modularized every piece of it, and the integration points, the APIs and all are very much seamless in terms of integration. So any institution, whether small, medium size or the large institution, depending on their appetite of security, we either host in their premises or their private cloud or in our SaaS offering. So that discussion has to have, I mean, we cannot go without that discussion, but once that is finalized, that integration happens seamless. Yeah.
Yeah, one question from my side. Example, today we are sitting at an exposition where there are a lot of rules, regulation, controls around AML reporting and all. And your product comes and says that this is how we can automate the whole process, bring on those intelligence and so on. What is your product roadmap per se? Can you reduce that exposition to some other level so that the more or less enhancements on the basic conditions of AML KYC, right? In the sense, why do we require that? So is there any product roadmap which will bring on a lot of intelligence, smart automations and various other areas which will reduce down the burden on that regulatory guideline?
Yeah, so already we are heavily on deep tech and AI. So all the patterns from the global news, national news, regional news, even the government sources, we have a lot of intelligence already in play. And also from the in-house transactions.
Can you be specific which is that intelligence you are using so that this guideline or control can reduce down the burden on the regulator?
I'll give you some examples. Yeah, Prasanna. So for example, we use the sentimental analysis model also. So for example, any money laundering pattern, drug trafficking pattern, so there is sentimental analysis model even applied to reduce the false positive and negatives. So there is a lot of models in play. For example, in transactions, the heavy load of false positive is there, right? So the alerts are raised heavily on the transactions. So we have the outlier logic which reduces the false negative, and there is a threshold, auto threshold tuning which is in play, which reduces the false positives. So it is a balance which we are making so that there is a true AI. It is not just for sake of saying it. The accuracy comes in play and the false positive and false negatives are reduced. But Moy and Vivek, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just said that from our data that we've used, we have been able to use classification algorithms primarily, as Pramod mentioned, to reduce the number of false positives and false negatives. So along with the sentimental analysis that Pramod spoke about.
Very specifically, how are you different apart from the ability to analyze fraud patterns? When you connect to the multiple systems at a bank, how are you doing it? How do you actually connect? You mentioned RESTful APIs and so on, but I'm saying in a real life bank situation, millions of transactions happening. You expect these APIs to fire all the time? What is the model? That's the big challenge in banking, right? High transaction intensity. There are ATMs, there's cards, there's core banking, there are tons of systems. What are you doing which is different to the established players?
Yeah, so see, volume is any day a challenge for tech, right? So anyone can say,
Only integration piece. Let's forget we know how to handle volume, we know how to handle scale.
Yeah.
What are you doing in terms of actually that interface?
Okay, so in terms of, actually there was some echo which is going on. I could not hear very properly.
I'm saying only specifically to how you connect to various systems. Are you sitting on log files? Are you sitting on databases? Are you sitting on streams like Kafka? What exactly are you doing?
Okay, got it. So we have the mix of lot of technology. It is Kafka for the queues. We have RDBMS and NoSQL. Wherever there is a right fitment, we engage that. Elasticsearch and Solar for the searches to make the right indexing across. So, okay, only on the interface. Okay, got it. Only on the interface part, it depends on what your needs are. If it is heavy load batches for taking the feeds and then nightly pushing out the alerts, and the APIs which are RESTful for the interfaces.
So your solution reduces down the cost of managing regulatory guidelines, or it increases?
We tremendously reduce it. Firstly, we provide all these advantages with all the differentiator in-house. We don't charge separately. For the biggest differentiator we have.
How do we justify for any bank or any regulatory entities while you pitch, this is the product for you? So how do you pitch that ROI kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we pitch with the database which we talked about. So we have this PEP and Adverse Media, which is a proprietary database. So the regulated firm which is going with us, we say that if you go with us, then you don't have to pay to the data providers like WorldCheck, Dow Jones Equity, because this is an in-house offering which is provided as part of the solution itself.
So one last question from my side.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, one last question. Suppose you are working with regulatory entity and there is a lot of intelligence which has been built in the product. How do you take it to the other entities?
Yeah, so firstly there is, we cannot use the data across because of the data privacy.
Intelligence which you have brought in through the overall process or product which you are deploying at one entity, how do you use that intelligence for other entities to make the overall burden on all the regulated entities to reduce it down?
Yeah, so respecting data privacy concern, we mature the models, ensure that we don't share the data across, because the maturity of the model could be for each of the financial institution. But whatever generic maturity comes with the AI models we have, we apply it across the institutions. That is a generic answer, but
that's
if you...
challenging answer. We'll talk offline.
Yeah, sure, Prasanna.
Thanks so much.
I have one question.
Yeah.
You know, your team slide really went off very quickly, but you know, you mentioned about false negatives, false positives. Who is deciding that, and how are you ensuring, as a tech implementing person, what I've seen is that the users don't want to use technology if they find that they also have to invest time in figuring out whether this is false positive or false negative. So who's deciding at your end, and how are you improving your technology constantly?
Yeah, so one level check is at the level of tech itself, where we call it in the AI world confusion matrix of AI. So that confusion matrix has the scores on true positive, true hits, false negative, and false hits. So that is the first level. And the second level is at the user level, where they identify that, okay, you called it true, but it is not actually true. So it is, because we can't be 100% right all the time.
It's getting trained by the user continuously. It's learning from the user.
Yeah.
When the user says it's false, the next time it will learn and it will not give such a prompt.
Exactly, that feedback loop is there. Because we can't be just going with our isolated world and don't take the feedback from the user. So it has to be firstly at the tech side and then user side.
And if my company uses your technology, it is learning from, I'm the user, it's learning from me, but also you've got 10 other clients, 10 other client users are also training the tool. Now is it all going at the back and all of it is getting collected?
Yeah, so there is data privacy concern. Sometimes the models are matured across wherever there is generic data which can be used. But when there is specific data where we can train only on the data from one data, we cannot share it across even for maturing because of the data privacy GDPR compliances.
So is the answer partly it is?
Yeah, partly it
common
is.
and partly it is not?
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks so much, interviews.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Satish Kashyap from DronaPay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, I'm Satish Kashyap from DronaPay. Over the last few years, we've witnessed a tremendous growth in the overall volume of digital payments and lending. A key attribute of this problem has been the fact that while there is growth, there is an equivalent set of challenges in securing digital payments and lending. Our focus as DronaPay has been to secure this growth in digital payments and lending through a real-time engine. What we saw was that most real-time engines that were working in this area were primarily focused on the transaction data and using a set of rules. In today's world, if one is trying to secure this kind of an infrastructure, there is a whole bunch of alternate data, whether it is the device fingerprint, the IP fingerprint, the profile of the user who's doing the transaction, which are all essential elements to actually assess the risk of a transaction. The moment we introduce so many dimensions of data, rules alone are insufficient, and it is not really possible to address this through a rule engine. DronaPay has primarily served as a bridge which goes beyond just transaction data to leverage a whole bunch of alternate data in real time in order to secure payments and lending transactions with rules and machine learning models. A look at the way of the overall infrastructure in the digital landscape has taken place has also meant there's been a shift or a slight change in the way these problems were. If you look across the shores, the entire focus is on chargebacks and problems which are associated with lack of two-factor authentication, lack of device binding. So in India, if one looks at the kind of opportunities and problems that are there, they're significantly different from where the rest of the world is. With device binding, with two-factor authentication, UPI, for example, has problems associated with scams rather than simple frauds of the user. So it's authorized push payment. I'm doing the transfer, but I'm being cheated through social engineering. So the problem statement is significantly different on that context. If one looks at the focus on lending today from a BNPL and a new to credit kind of initiative that India is driving, the problem statement is not just at the onboarding stage where you bring in a customer. It is the ability to do real-time delinquency prevention by analysis of the transaction. Even, for example, a small BNPL lender knows that if one is trying to use the entire credit limit, there are certain merchant categories of transactions that you are more likely to do than otherwise. There is a frequency with regards to the transaction volume when delinquency comes into play. Even if one looks at the overall neobanking stack, we worked with a customer who's helped enable digital savings account opening. Their problems, if one looks at, are ones around saying that a customer account has been used in order to serve as a mule for transaction flow, has been happened that there is an account takeover which can be combated through the digital and the behavioral biometrics of the user. This overall opportunity has two characteristics. It's a large problem statement across fraud, scams, laundering, and delinquency. It's also a problem which requires you to tune to each initiative slightly differently. It's not a generic one-size-fits-all kind of a solution. India's focus on UPI throws a different kind of challenge from a standard credit card without two-factor authentication. And today, where we are as India on the stack clearly means that the world is going to face problems which are more closer to what we are facing than we are going to face problems which the world has seen. While there are a number of players in this play, what we've realized is that this difference throws open an opportunity for a player who can work with the kind of volumes, challenges that India offers, which is significantly different. Over the course of the last 2 years, we worked with multiple institutions, payment processor, neobanks, and banks. Today, we're at a stage where we have 6 customers. We're burn neutral. We've got customers across delinquency reduction, across laundering, across credit card fraud use cases, and have stabilized the infrastructure and helped it operate across cloud platforms. The founding team has significant experience and has worked on real-time, large-scale, data-driven problems, and we worked together once at the National Stock Exchange, where, including my co-founder, Pallavi, has worked from 1995 onwards almost, from the early days. Zala was the architect of the new derivative trading system.
So sorry, that's all we have time for.
Yeah, so I'm on the last bit. So what we offer is a platform which offers immense flexibility, cloud agnostic, and is ML driven to solve the problems as we expand to the global landscape. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Could you expand on just two things? One is, of course, you said what advantage you bring is the online transaction feeds which validate these things.
Correct.
Second is, how quick is it to onboard you as a service provider, both in terms of the time it takes and the cost?
Sure. So we're a transaction-driven model with slabs. The last question in terms of pricing structure. So as transactions go up, the cost of the system comes down. From an onboarding standpoint, we've experienced with banks and fintechs. Fintechs have onboarded us in about a month itself because of their ease with technology. With banks, given the overall security clearances, it has taken us about 2.5 to 3 months to get onboarded. From a point of real-time inline transaction risk scoring, we operate between 50 milliseconds to 150 milliseconds. We have a 99th percentile commitment with our customers to be less than 200 milliseconds in line with a transaction. So in case of card transactions, it's lower. In case of certain other transactions where you want larger rules, it's a little more. We're just starting to work with cross-border transactions, but within the credit card landscape, it's already been done. But we've not done it as for a general remittance. Actually, we have a use case with the bank as well on this area. Thank you.
Do you have clients who have already adopted your solution?
Yes, sir. We have multiple clients who've already adopted. So we have 6 customers on board. As part of this RegTech Accelerator initiative, we also onboarded with Yes Bank also on the AML side. So we're already live with them for quite a while.
And how easy, difficult was it for these clients to sort of integrate this solution on top of their existing platform layers?
So usually what we've seen is they've usually taken a new product or a new product line and started with us. So there's not been a background. So it's always better to start with a new opportunity.
Understood.
From a timeline standpoint, between 1 month to 3 months, depending on fintech or bank. Banks take more clearances, more paperwork that we do go through. Yeah.
So where does your solution fits as a bank's architecture? Where does it fit? It's on client side, somewhere in mid or somewhere in the back?
Okay, so it is, so in case it's for the credit card, for example, the card management system or the card transaction system does a request to the fraud risk engine, which is what we are. In case it is in a net banking.
How behavioral biometrics comes into the picture?
So for behavioral biometrics, we have either an API-based approach or an SDK approach. So some of the banks say my existing app already gives certain parameters, then they use only our API. They don't take our SDK.
Any bank or any customer is using full-fledged behavioral biometrics?
Yes, sir. We do have a neobank actually, to be honest. Yeah.
Another last question from DPSC, right, which is Digital Payment Security Control. Which are those controls you are addressing through this solution?
So which are the?
Yeah.
You said TPS as well, sorry.
DPSC, Digital Payment Security Controls, which RBI.
Oh, DPS, sorry, not TPS, okay.
Last year, 2021 February.
Okay, so depending upon the nature of the implementation, if it is for card, PCI,
Can you be
DSS.
specific which are those controls? Say example, mobile banking, right? Which are those controls are addressed through this solution?
Okay, so see, there is when you say which are the controls that are addressed through the system, so it's, for example, we are doing an identity based on your past profile. That identity breakup has device attributes, locational attributes, it has frequency. So each of these, the parameters that we build on each of these dimensions can be used at a validation. So it can be used into the ML model, it can be used into the rule.
You are bootstrapped or funded by some company?
So we raised a round of capital from a set of angels, Amrish Rao, Kunal Shah, Verenium Capital, Credit
What's the
Saison.
size of
So we raised $500,000, which was about 18 months ago, and we are now burn neutral already with our customer revenues coming in. Yeah, we're looking at another round to go global.
Just one question. Some of the attributes that you claim that you're using in the fraud scoring are not available to banks in their system.
You're not audible, sir. And that will be the last question, I'm afraid, yeah, since you've begun.
Audible
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. I was just asking you that some of the attributes that you're putting into your scoring engines are not available in normal banking transaction systems.
So
I will not carry location attributes. I will not carry device attributes. Right? You are only sitting in the middle. How do you get that data at all?
Okay, so it also varies based on the product. So if we are implemented in a BNPL app or in a UPI transaction, even though in a UPI transaction it's consent driven, you get some.
I was thinking more of credit card, but I agree that in BNPL it's
So in a credit card transaction, the data set is more at country and state level of the merchant. So we run the rules slightly different. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Satish.
Sure, thank you.
And now I think we all must be very hungry, so we'll take a small break for lunch, and then we'll be back here in about 40 minutes. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Do we have all the jury members here? Yes. I think then we begin. Cool. And perhaps to set things off, like, just more questions, I'm sorry. No more questions? That's fine too. No. I think probably the fastest question for all the bankers. No. Fastest question for all the bankers, since Mr. Joshi mentioned Hong Kong. Hong Kong has 3 banks printing its currency notes. Can anybody name all the 3, or even one? Bank of China. Yes. Bank of China. Yeah, so. Bank of China, HK. Yeah. Gotcha. So yeah, the 3 banks that print the official currency of Hong Kong, Standard Chartered Bank, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, HSBC now, and the Bank of China, HK. Anyway, without further ado, I wish. No, so I outsourced this to a couple of very senior quizzers. No, but they'd be happy to hear. So okay, so next up we have Hyperverge, and Jay Dembani is speaking on their behalf.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jay Dembani from Hyperverge, and I have Deepak with me.
All right. Session right after lunch. वैसे खाना अच्छा था नहीं? स्टॉक मार्केट में जितने पैसे गवाए मैंने आज थोड़ा सा वसूली कर लिया मैंने इधर खा के फ्री में. Anyway, jokes apart, what a wonderful opportunity to stand here in this iconic building amidst all of you. I'm Deepak, this is Jay. We represent a startup called Hyperverge. We are an AI startup. Okay. I can't change my slides. I can, okay. Why we're relevant is that we've processed more than 700 million transactions over the last 2 years, working with more than 100 companies in BFSI and other segments. Large banks like SBI use us to automate onboarding of every new digital customer. Large lenders like LTFS use us to risk-proof every loan they give out. Large insurers like LIC, ICICI Lombard use us in core digital processes. Yeah. We are a team of young, energetic AI scientists from IIT Madras. We realized that there's a lot of money to be made in AI back in 2014, before AI was a buzzword. We took that risk, we took the plunge, struggled for 3 years, and finally found a very good product market fit in KYC automation. And from there, we've not looked back. We've solved more and more problems in the fintech BFSI industry. We do a bunch of things, and some examples are KYC automation. We are the market leaders in India today in terms of both volumes of KYCs done, in terms of accuracy, efficiency of KYC. We've not rested on those laurels. We've built kick-ass video KYC products after that. Like Sir was saying, like season 1 में KYC बनाया, season 2 में video KYC बनाया, season 3 में कुछ और बनाया. So every season we've been looking at listening to what the market needs, what customers want, and we've been building our product stack to be more and more relevant to the pain points of clients. So today, the pain point that we want to talk about, the use case we want to talk about is cross-border wire transfer, reporting, compliance, and automation. And this is a use case floated by Yes Bank, but I'm sure a lot of banks have this use case as well. To give you an overview of the problem statement for those who are uninformed, we'll just spend a minute on this. In cross-border wire transfer, typically there is a sender, there is a receiver who's receiving the funds. It is happening cross-border. There is a transaction that happens between the sender and the receiver. And there are some, operations aside, there are some regulatory compliances that financial institutions need to do. Particularly in this case, you have the FIU, the Financial Intelligence Unit, which requires FIs to report any suspicious transactions and submit these STRs on a monthly basis based on certain risk profiling, etc., that needs to be done. Now, why is this a very big problem? This is a big problem because, as you can see, there are, if you see the flow of this process, there are multiple data sources belonging and stored in multiple locations, and these data sources are about different entities, and there are multiple transactions that happen between these different entities, right? And because of this complexity and the number of moving parts, it is a highly manual process today to generate these reports and submit these reports. And we know that whenever a process is very manually intensive, it is very slow in turnaround time. It tends to have a lot of human errors. and there is a lot of subjectivity about the decisions that are made, right? So coming to the solution space a bit now, being AI scientists and taking a first principles approach about how we could solve this problem, we gathered our team when we were thinking about this hackathon, and we realized the problem can be broken down into maybe 3 most significant pieces, and I can address them one by one. The first piece is basically just gathering data in one place from multiple places, right? How do you do that? Like, Yes Bank, we just have 1 minute left. Wow, I talk too much, sorry. So we have an API aggregation layer which can integrate inside multiple systems at a bank, and this is made robust enough, this is made agnostic enough to be able to wrap around multiple APIs from multiple API sources. So if you have an API for any data source, we can aggregate it and we can bring it all in one place. And then on top of it, we can run rule-based engines, and you can define infinite number of rules depending on not just what the regulator wants, but also on your own internal controls on how you want to be processing this data. And at the end of it, the third part is the actual report generation and submission, right? The manual element that we want to eliminate. At the click of a button or in batches, you can generate such reports which can then easily be sent to the financial intelligence unit. I wish I could show you a demo of that here today, but the setup is such that we can't show you a demo. But this is the gist of what we want to present to multiple financial institutions today. And we're out of time, but happy to take any questions from all of you.
Customers, actual live customers?
As a company or for this particular offering? Yes, definitely. We have more than 100 customers, and most of our customers are in BFSI. Banking, financial services, digital lenders, insurance, securities, fintechs, even large e-commerce players like Swiggy, Zomato, etc. We are engaging with them. Yes, that's for our KYC product. Correct, correct. This hackathon, we are here as participants. We don't want to rest on the laurels of what we've already done. We are here as students wanting to learn about problem statements, and we want to build AI-heavy solutions for those problem statements.
So, CVWDR is one use case for reporting. Doesn't that seem a little too narrow?
Indeed, indeed. When we heard the webinar by Yes Bank, who floated this problem statement, they started off this problem statement by saying that this use case sounds very simple, but it's extremely difficult to
it's not
implement.
Simple. I'm not saying it's simple. I mean, I know what CVWDR is, but my point is, can this solution be extended to other reporting use cases? That's the question.
Absolutely. The goal here is to build an engine which can ingest data from multiple sources in a flexible manner. And on top of that data aggregation layer, we are building a rule engine which can define rules not just based on simple logic, but also fuzzy logic, machine learning. It can look at historic data, it can look at live data streams, and then generate reports accordingly for you. So the value add here is the ability to define these rules easily, the ability to plug in different data sources easily, and then be able to just quickly set up a decisioning engine that can give you reports of a certain format in the frequency that you desire on a regular basis.
Just to add to what Deepak has just said, we already have live customers who are using our products with regards to the API engines and the rule engine he has talked about. Our product is completely configurable. We have got clients who are using these products, and Deepak has just highlighted that we have processed more than 700 million transactions on our platform. So companies like Jio and SBI, so we operate at that scale.
Deepak, as I see, from your list of services, while you started off with KYC, you've also extended into various other services. How easy have you found to extend or to sell those services when you start with your clients with KYC? Or do you sell a part of it? Or is it just, it's an end-to-end thing and it has to be a whole package that the client has to buy?
Great question, ma'am. The approach we took was not very inside out. It was a very outside in approach where our account management team spends a lot of time with our clients, and we take a very problem solving approach, and we try to see, okay, we are solving XYZ problem for you now, but there are other adjacent problems along with it that you want to solve and which are pain points for you, and how can we solve those for you better? So it kind of incrementally builds onto our stack. For example, KYC was something we were solving earlier. Adjacent to it was AML, which a lot of clients were talking about, and then we built the AML stack adjacent to the KYC stack, which comes kind of bundled with our product offering, and so the integration also becomes easier for clients. So we like to listen to our clients to define the roadmap and
Fair enough. But
build
what
on
is
top
your
of it.
selling pitch? What do you go to sell in the market?
The selling pitch, ma'am, is mostly A, hunger for problem solving. We don't want to be just a vendor to clients. We actually spend time and solve problems, and B, the mere accuracy and performance of the AI engines. Today, we are among the top 10 companies in the world, not just leaders in India, but top 10 in the world for AI accuracies, right? Because we spent a lot of time actually building these AI engines in-house, and we are one of the examples of how deep tech core products can be built from India. So that is our core value proposition.
I'm afraid that will be the last question.
Something which was not clear. Where is the application of AI capability into something like CBWTR?
Yeah. So there are a lot of pattern recognition engines that we run on transactions. For example, like I said, there are 3 kinds of rules you can define. One is a simple logic based that, okay, if this person spends more than X amount of money in a month, then you flag that. Then there is some fuzzy logic related thing, like if there are 3 transactions that add up to more than a certain limit, or if there is some velocity, or there is one to many, many to one patterns, those you identify. Then the third is just using NLP and language models to analyze the statement purposes of those transactions. Like somebody, for example, is saying, I'm sending money to my mother in India from US, right? But if that money is being sent to a private limited entity bank account, then this is something that needs to be flagged, right? This is something that only human beings could do very efficiently till now. But now with the advances in NLP, and sir mentioned like ChatGPT, GPT-4 related use cases, we've also been building large language models in-house with NLP capabilities to be able to make sense of such metadata of transactions, which until today machines were not able to do, but going forward we'll see a lot of capabilities by machine to do
so
that.
our core competence, just a minute. Our core competence, ma'am, just you talked about, right? What is our selling pitch? Our selling pitch is completely configurable, deep tech, customer onboarding platform, where, we allow, our customers to plug and play the workflows which they want to integrate and custom it according to their business processes. So that's and as I said, Deepak has explained, it's highly deep tech platform.
But the customer will always ask you for proof of concept.
So we're happy to build the proof of concept with the customer.
So
right?
do you find them giving you a chance?
Absolutely. All of the product offerings that we've built today, most of them have come from POC first. Right? Even our bread and butter product, which is KYC, started off as a customer POC, which we built for them, we deployed for them, they loved it, and hence we saw that we can now sell it to others as well.
But okay, tell me one thing. Your approach as a startup is good. That you go with your skills and you say that give us your problems, we'll solve it for you. But as a growing company, you will have to go with some products.
No, so
definitely.
Just to reiterate the fact, as I said in the beginning, all the products which we are showing here on the slide, we have got, customers live on those products. So it's not something, we take POCs. We actually, work with our customers, and we have built, a suite of products as of today, and we have got, all the customers who are using it, paying it, and with them we are, building these products.
Fair, got it.
Thanks so much. That's the last question.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Next up, we have Abhijit and Vibhav from ID5.
Hi, good afternoon all. It's great to be here. It's frankly humbling to be here in front of such a august audience, really. So, with respect to ID5, right, I would like to begin with who we are. So we believe that we enable trust in between 2 entities in digital India, be it an individual and a BFSI customer, or a merchant and a company that is trying to onboard them, right? Okay. Sorry. Hello. Is this better? Okay. So we at ID5 believe that we are the digital trust broker for digital India, and we believe in the vision of unlocking the real for all of our clients, which entails onboarding either individuals or either entities, right? We currently work with 900 plus clients across different segments, be it say BFSI, be it e-commerce, or be it any other segment which powers digital India. We currently actually perform 30 million checks any given month. there are different product lines that Identify is already live with, right? So we have our KYC stack, we have our video KYC stack, we have our background verification stack, which actually has been built over the course of the past few years, but that's not what we are going to talk about today. What we are going to talk about today is Risk AI, which is a stitched solution which powers the onboarding for any non-individual entities for any use case, be it BFSI or otherwise. While today we'll talk about BFSI, I'll also tell you about how they are relevant for non-BFSIs. So assume that we are trying to onboard an entity, say a proprietorship, a company, a trust, or even a high value individual for actually giving them a high ticket loan. What we help you do is to source data about that particular entity from various sources and actually stitch together a journey which will be absolutely required as per the entity's needs. And that could entail multiple aspects, right? So if you look at it, there are multiple aspects to consider. There is lead management, there is underwriting, there is KYC, and then there is monitoring. Okay. Can you hear me better? Is it better? Okay. So with respect to the first part, right, while there are a pool of qualified individuals or entities for whom you can actually perform the onboarding, our tool actually helps you slice and dice. Yeah, it's actually better. Our tool can actually help you slice and dice the various entities with respect to their key parameters, be it income, be it type of occupation, and so on and so forth. Have a very selected list towards targeting them and actually onboarding them in the first place. Then perform all manners of income analysis, credit data pools, and so on and so forth in order to determine how much you can actually give them or how much the entity is currently worth of getting a loan for. And then perform all the different due diligence process as needed, right? KYC, KYB, and not just limited to KYC, KYB. There are certain other checks which banks compliance team typically require in terms of performing these checks in the first place. And of course, once you have disbursed the loan in this particular use case, right, there is always the use for performing more checks on a continuous basis on that particular entity to make sure that the loan or any other financial product that you're selling to that particular entity has not slipped out of standard or is not becoming dangerous to recover. Right. Lead management, I'll not spend much time on this, but we have a bunch of data sources due to which we are able to find out all the required information about that particular entity even before you go and talk to that entity, right? Underwriting, there are multiple aspects of this with respect to, first of all, finding the income, with respect to finding the credit data, with respect to performing the additional due diligence in forms of, say, a court record check, an EPFO, or a GST payment. These are also very useful indicators of a particular entity's risk profile. So KYC and KYB, while these would seem very standard, very simplistic terms, as soon as it comes to the entity, the problem of KYB becomes far more difficult to solve for because then there are authorized signatories, there are beneficial owners, you need to perform their KYC and so on. In our platform, you will actually be able to stitch together a very customized journey in which you can collect any type of documents either from the entity or from the authorized signatory or from the beneficial owner by simply configuring certain links. And then the problem of document collection, which is very severe in the BFSI industry, especially for large entities, becomes significantly easier to solve for. And monitoring, right? All of the checks that we basically spoke about, we can keep running them on a recurring basis and then give you a score with respect to, is this entity now risky, is it non-risky, and so on.
So the differentiators over here is basically, it comes from the stitch solution itself. When you have a host of solution, any FI using the whole solution with you, it enables you to learn which check is working how efficiently, and in the combination of what all other checks it is working efficiently. So fraud is a layered approach, right? Fraud detection is a layered approach. It helps us evolve in that way through a stitch solution. Also, it helps the FIs in one way is every time we have a new solution in place, it also enables us to include that solution in the stitch solution and get feedback from the customers whether it is actually helping them or it is not. If we also see any particular fraud case happening for one institution and if we build guardrails against those, we can even scale it across all the institutions, whoever users. I guess we are up with the time. If you have any questions, we are open for questions.
Yeah. So, when you introduce your solution for non-individual KYC to a financial institution, let's say it's a bank, wants to open a current account for a corporate customer, So what is the reduction in turnaround time for that bank? Ultimately, that's the benefit. I mean, accuracy, of course, but
Correct.
there's also a turnaround time which is there today which needs to be crunched. How does that work out?
Most of our checks are real-time checks because we are hitting MCA database or GST database or a few other databases which are government databases.
Or looking up to certain proprietary databases.
Yes. And the resulting solution that generates the reports or the proprietary solution that gives an insights, that part is almost on real-time basis. So you, in terms, if I have to talk in terms of knowing the actual worth of a company, an RM, if he completes the journey, gets all the relevant document within 1 day, I guess within a span of next 30 minutes, I'll be able to give him real-time insights.
Okay. How do you deal with changes in regulations? Because this is a space where regulations constantly keep evolving. How is that dealt with?
So as you've seen it, sir, the final solution is actually a stitched solution of the granular services that we already offer, say in terms of either the APIs or in terms of the products. We as a company, as per the regulation changes, we are able to introduce new services in terms of an API or a platform fairly quickly, which we have done so in the past as well. All those then get immediately plugged into the entire system. And some of the things that we have kept very intentionally configurable in the system is, say for example, if you wanted to determine a particular UBO, right, an ultimate beneficial owner. Just recently the regulations changed from say 25% to 10% of holding being the cutoff, right? So those can be handled with a simple configuration change rather than requiring a code change at our end. So the turnaround time for deploying any changes due to any regulatory inputs is pretty fast in our case.
So some bank says, I don't want this change. Could be a regulatory change, could not be a regulatory change. And moreover, based upon internal auditor or compliance says that I want this change to be implemented because we don't have that kind of a capacity to handle extra operations. Example, video KYC, which is concurrent audit, you must have implemented within your app, but bank says, no, I want to implement it at my end because I want to have that control of that. And other bank says, we want the way we have a product. How long it will take for you to implement this? So just be precise, how many days?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is actually out of the box. It is actually configurable for each client. So in case the parameter that we are looking at is on the configurability list for each client, we can switch it on and switch it off as needed.
How will you configure, because you have your own product on cloud.
Correct.
And I will have those APIs to understand get the data for concurrent audit or my user interface. It cannot be configurable.
So while some of the changes that we can do, right, are kept as a configurable change, the others which will require code change, we have typically seen that within, say, a couple of weeks' time, we are actually able to develop for that particular regulatory input. Sorry?
Team.
Team. So our team has around, say, 20 plus years experience of, say, in the BFSI and in the regulatory space. We actually started off as a background verification provider, right? So we have ISP alums, we have IIT alums, we have also people who have done the background verification and the KYC kind of services in other geographies, not just in India.
Sorry, we didn't get your question. From us. Oh, so we have a client side. So most
Within a bank, who is a business sponsor?
Within the business, who is the? So most of the times, whenever we pitch the solutions, it is the business team and the product team that normally uses the solution. Now, especially with the risk AI, it will also include the credit as well as the risk team.
So during this cohort, what is being built?
Sorry?
During this cohort, at this particular cohort, what all things you have built as an additional change request onto your existing plan?
So a lot of things that we showcased over here is right now, if I talk about the whole journey of what we presented over here, we are 80% there. We are just 20%.
It is already there, right, before cohort?
Yes. So in terms of, there are certain additions that we are building in terms of customizable reports, in sense of customizable scores. That is something that is in our roadmap and which we will take up.
Thanks so much. That was the last question.
Thank you.
Next up, we'd like to invite on stage Maha and Siva of Bond Bulls. Maha's already distinguished himself with all the answers that he was giving from the back.
I'm going to use this one, right?
Hello everyone in the meanwhile, and thank you all for this opportunity. We look forward to explaining our product to you. Oh, okay. While we're waiting for that, let me introduce our startup. Our main product is called Bond Bulls, and that's what people know us as. But our company is called Price Time Fintech. It started as a hobby, but I founded it full time about a year ago. I founded this full time a year ago with a bunch of outsourced resources. My background is in banking, more than 20 years, of which 15 years in the UK and Switzerland, so very well aware of compliance and regulations and how things work there. Shivaz recently joined full-time as a co-founder, and he's actually a hardware engineer, an expert in chip design, and also one of the few people in India I know who actually programs in Solidity. We had shown our product to someone in SGX, Devang, who really liked it very much and has been a very trusted advisor to us since then. The bond market in India is large. It's our first market that we are looking at, and it's over $1 trillion in GSECs outstanding, over $500 billion in state development loans, $500 billion plus in corporate bonds, and that's expected to double according to CRISIL. So it's a pretty large market. Now, what are the tailwinds on this particular sector? There's the $5 trillion goal for the economy, and infrastructure requires a whole bunch of bond issuances. There's a bunch of regulatory mandates. You might have seen in the last few weeks, SEBI has come up with a bunch of mandates as well. And there's been a real, on the equity side, companies like Zerodha and all have done a great job. There's a bunch of marketplaces which have come now on the retail side for bonds as well. So that latent demand is coming up, that FD demand moving here. Oops, went the wrong way. What's happening? Okay. What are the problems though in this sector? The primary problem is low liquidity. And why is that? Because of the asymmetry of information and restricted access. Now there's a bunch of new bond marketplaces, but they're just selling you a bond. You're not really buying it on the exchange. There's a huge information asymmetry there. They know the real yields, the real yield to calls, the yield to puts, and things like that. So our product, Bond Bulls, which is our primary product, is levels that playing field. We have a live customer with Aditya Birla Capital. It's the only broker today, at least on the retail side, where you can actually find all the accurate information of a bond. You go into any of your other big, large broker platforms, unless you know what the bond is called, a Power Finance Corporation bond, for instance, unless you know it's called PFC, N4, Q7, whatever, you wouldn't know what its yield is, how many years left to maturity, and things like that. And based on the last traded price on the exchange, there was no way you're going to get a YTM or a YTC or any of the useful information you need to trade on it. And that's what we do. And we've integrated it live with NSE, BSE. It's live on their platform, and we're talking to a few other brokers right now. Along the way, we came up with a couple of other really nice products, especially on ALM, and we are also talking to an exchange right now on a certain product. And I'll go a little more into detail on that. Am I? There we go. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. And how do we plan to go to market? We are in touch with a lot of brokers and exchanges. We happen to be a small team. I think that scaling is one thing we've got to start figuring out on and going and implementing it everywhere. Trade shows, and the way we'll make money is through partnerships, maybe as a SaaS fee, share of brokerage, share on a trail commission basis, and various ways. Now, in terms of traction, I mentioned Aditya Birla, and we can see that we've actually selected a very few bonds to display the exchange information on, and those are doing very well. And of course, now we are, thanks to this platform, we are getting a chance to work on a DLT-based platform with India INX. Now, this is how we see it working. Now, most decentralized exchanges are, the concept is decentralized, but we believe we take the best practices from there and let the regulator have access through chain analysis tools, Bond Bulls as an Ethereum oracle, and for low frequency activities, we can use an L1 DAO, but have all the trading done on the L2 DAO. And this could be international. This could be pretty much global. So the advantage of doing this, we got the old patch. The advantages are, it's tokenization. We can have all these modern exchanges as well. We can work there as well as on the traditional exchanges. This can be global. It can go across a whole bunch of asset classes. But the bond market itself in India and abroad, we think is huge. And we hope that this product, will be something that can go across the world. In terms of investment, we've self-funded it so far, and we plan to do so for a while till we get to a certain stage. But in terms of our ask, we would ask banks and AMCs to give us POCs and contracts to go ahead and build this. Thank you.
How will you create the adoption? This is a massive use case. But how will you sell this use case to the relevant customers?
Primarily, we'll have to tie up with an exchange and provide that whole platform to the exchange. And one of the products, some of this we've actually built. We've obviously not built the whole thing till we get a sponsor. But the issuance platform that we built, we believe it solves a key problem. Because today what happens is the reason why all these calculations and all of that, the brokers or exchanges don't do is because it's hard. The data is a mess. There's a lot of problems that are right
So
at the...
it is a complete ready for any proof of concept or pilot?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The whole solution, is it ready for any proof of concept or pilot?
I couldn't hear the last part. Is it ready for?
Is it ready for any proof of concept or a pilot to do?
Yes, it is. Parts of it are ready. The issuance platform is ready. The oracles
How about
are
the
ready.
DLT part?
How?
DLT part, you mentioned, right?
DLT part, well, Shiva's run a... you want to talk about it?
So there are two parts. One is the issuance and another one is the trading part. We have done the proof of concept on the issuance part using NFT as our language across platforms.
That lower one, through Ethereum?
Yes, through Ethereum testnet, Ropsten testnet. We have done this thing, but even Ethereum is used even on the L1, it will be used even for the trading, on the settlement, all that. Those things are not yet there. That is work in progress. And I don't think Ethereum might be the right platform there. We are already working on Hyperledger based platforms to improve efficiency and see realistically how trading can be done.
We'll discuss offline because it's an interesting area, but I could see some of those gaps for choosing why Hyperledger, why Ethereum. May not be Ethereum may not be the right solution considering regulated entities will not go for public infra, public blockchains.
Yes, that's why we are taking Hyperledger, because for enterprises we know permission blockchain. So we are taking this balanced approach of permission versus public blockchain just to keep regulation and free market to be in balance. So we want to leverage both, but we don't have a bias on anything. It's only what the use case demands.
And we'd love to get this feedback in
Yeah.
more detail with you, Prasanna, especially.
You mentioned that you have a small team. So when you say small team, what does that mean?
Well, right now it's 2 of us and 7 actually out. 7, it's a team of 7. It's outsourced. They are not full-time with us, but we are building that now. We're just, we've just reached that stage where we are going to do our own hiring, get our own team in. But everything is ours. The code, the architecture, everything is ours. And that's how it works. It works beautifully on Aditya Birla. It's never gone down. And, we've seen how it's scaling. We're going to get a couple of product people in to put more bonds in there and increase our run rate out there. So we're just reaching that stage when we've got to start thinking seriously about growing really fast. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you
all.
so much. Next up, we have Hari Krishna, Ayappan and Mohan of InfoMinds. Close.
Yeah, good afternoon. I would like to, we represent InfoMind Software Solutions. I have with me my colleagues, Mr. Ayappan and Mr. Mohan, who are jointly presenting this. A brief introduction about our company. InfoMind has been in the business for the last 6 years. And we have rolled out our flagship program platform called Enterprise Now or eNow. And basically, this platform is currently being used by both manufacturing and BFSI sector. And over the last 6 years, we are fortunate to work with around 20 plus clients throughout. Moving on, in terms of the accolades which we have won in the past, so this is a journey which we have done from 2017 onwards. This is just a reference for what all we have achieved over the last 4 or 5 years. Moving on, in terms of the problem statement, for the current program, we have taken 2 problem statements. The first one is automated regulatory reporting. These are typical challenges faced by the banks based on the discussion we had with the various banking professionals. We have zeroed down on to the regulatory changes. The changes to the regulatory reporting itself is one of the main challenge. And apart from that, the data is spread across different systems in the banks, and because of which there's a lot of data quality issues which leads to data integrity issues and things like that. And moving on, in terms of technology changes, it's also there. These all lead to a delayed reporting which is required. And moreover, in many cases, it also leads to FT fines by the regulators. And for the solution, what we have done is we have come up with a simplistic solution where we have come up with a platform which is integrated to our enterprise now. The first portion is to have a automated data collation mechanism. So we have the data, we can configure the data for each of the reports, whatever it is. We can configure it in the way that you can identify the data source. You can also look at various mechanisms of data collation. It could be a RDBMS, or it could be a RPA, or it could be a flat file system. So you can configure it in the system. And then second part of the system comes into, after the data is collected, what do you do with it? How do you transform the data? And then put it onto your regulatory data lake. So we have a regulatory data lake where for each report, you denormalize the data and put it into a regulatory data lake, and from where the reporting is generated and shared with the various stakeholders. So this is the first solution which we have done, which is designed particularly for this cohort. Moving on, in terms of the second problem statement, we have taken up incident management as one of the pain areas. This again, we have taken the use case because we have the solution for the manufacturing sector. We zeroed out onto this. And again, the challenges here are varied. In the banking parlance, there are various types of incidents which can come. It could be a card loss or password compromise or phishing or phishing attacks or whatever it is. So, and the workflow which is required, it cannot be a single rigid workflow to cater to all type of incidents. You need to have multiple workflows to cater to different types of incidents. And also the timeliness, it has to be, the system has to help in faster resolution of the incidents. So considering all of this, and it also needs to have a mechanism where you can identify the root cause and address the incidents from minimizing from preventing that from coming in the future. So in terms of the solution, so this we have used our Enterprise Now platform. So this has a complete background about organizational processes, business processes, technology features. You can see some of the features which are listed down here. And I'll spend more time on the workflow features which is a bit complex into the system. We have built into the system, ranging from a simple sequential workflow to a advanced complicated workflows. Scenarios can be configured using this, and it's a very simple to configure and have it in the system. Moving on, and these are some of the features which we have in the incident management system. You have a dynamic data capture form. So certain incidents could be reported internally to the bank stakeholders, for which there's a different form, but certain incidents needs to be reported to the regulatory authorities, for which there's a different form. So basically, the system automatically identifies what type of incidents is there, and the form is generated for the banking staff to update. And similarly, you also have automated escalation mechanism for reporting on the status of the incidents, and also we have a history and analytics, which will help us to minimize the incidents from coming in the future. Moving on, in terms of the value proposition, some of the challenges which we have listed down in the earlier slides, we are able to address that, and we believe this will enhance your risk management, risk reporting, and the compliance process is automated, and less errors due to manual intervention, right? And then flexibility due to intelligence workflows. These are some of the value propositions which you bring to the table. And of course, this is a global market for the regulatory technology. We have a US $7.5 billion market with a CAGR of 20.8%. And the key market which we believe will be China, India, Singapore, and USA. And for this current cohort, we have taken up two problem statements. Regulatory reporting, we have taken up 3 tracks. We have developed it only for this cohort, and we have completed it. And for incident management, we have completed the end-to-end flow for the application. The analytics is being plugged in, which we expect to complete by March end. And this is a traction which we have received. We have been showing an increase in revenue year on year with a more customer base and partnerships. We believe we'll be able to poised for quantum growth in the coming years. And regarding the team, I think probably we have come up with within a short time frame, we have been able to develop this POC. That's a demonstration of the expertise which we have within the team. So in terms of the investment support, we are not looking at any funding, we are bootstrapped. We are looking at more strategic and network support from this core group to take it forward. Thank you.
The regulatory reporting solution that you spoke about, is that something that you've already deployed at a client side, or is it still at a conceptual or a build?
No, we actually did it for this program. So when we started this program, we have developed it. Right. Within the last 2-3 months, we have developed this completely and deployed it. So one thing what we find striking is, it's not deployed anywhere. It's not deployed anywhere. But the incident management and the workflow, we have a wide reference base, both in the manufacturing sector as well as in the banking sector.
Your two core, the incident management, that there are quite a few players in that domain has many players. Why do people buy this from you?
This on the workflow, is it?
Yeah. Why do people buy it from you? What's your specialty?
See, there are very salient features of the platform itself. So what we have done is we have come up with a concept called workspace. So typically in industry, there are various vendors. So what normally happens is people buy one solution from one vendor, and then the other application could be going to another vendor and things like that. But now when we give it as a solution, this is a workspace concept. So you can configure your HR, you can configure finance, you can configure legal, everything is a single application, and it can handle all the workspace within this contained application. So it's all federated, so people who log in will have access only to their applications and things like that. So that's a unique selling point for us. And of course, we have a data lake which can fetch the data from analytics from various applications which are built inside.
Which RPA engine you have used?
See, we are using Apache Spark.
No,
which
you mentioned in one of the layer, right?
UiPath is something which we are working closely on. But apart from that, it has feasibility. See, we are
you sure you have used UiPath?
Pardon?
Are you sure that you have used UiPath?
We are not using anything. See, we can configure it to use UiPath. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Tanvi and Srinidhi from Nerve Solutions.
Hi everyone, this is Tanvi from Nerve Solutions, and I'm the product manager here. An alumni of BSc Institute. I've been working with Nerve Solutions for the past 1 year as the product manager and the product lead for N-Prime. So before we dive into our product portfolio, I would like to take you through our company profile, who we are, what we do. So Nerve Solutions is a fintech and RegTech company that specializes in real-time risk monitoring and surveillance products and automated trading products for the financial markets. Our clientele broadly includes prop desk, retail clients, broking and trading entities and intermediaries. We are in the RegTech space solving day-to-day problems of risk and surveillance faced by these trading entities. If we look at the surveillance demographic right now, NSE and BSE have collectively charged 50 crore of penalty in the last financial year on brokers, out of which 36 crore was charged for shortfall in margin utilization. It's one of the many examples of where these trading firms face the dual problem of risk monitoring and regulatory compliance. Here's where our product N-Prime comes into picture. N-Prime not only helps clients by providing real-time risk monitoring of a large number of data points like margin utilization, value at risk, option Greeks, but also provides what-if analysis for their portfolios, which helps in identifying and predicting quantum of losses in case of sudden market movements. It also helps in identifying suspicious trading activities, trades done at unnatural prices, and identifying trades which are done in an irregular fashion. Our most loved feature is the no-code front-end real-time risk module, where the client can set customized and curated alerts on the front end, which are once triggered are updated on a real-time basis with no limitation on any point from the user perspective. Another interesting aspect in N-Prime is the auto square off utility, which automatically detects positions with excess margin utilization and squares them off. So no extra margin or penalty is levied on these broking entities due to that. N-Prime is based on smart algorithms, and the tech stack that we use over here is C++, Java, C#, MongoDB, and neural networks for our ML-based model. You must have noticed I specifically emphasize on risk, real-time risk monitoring. That's what makes N-Prime different from its competitors. N-Prime fetches real-time trade data, and all the computations are done on a trade-by-trade basis. So it helps clients to be ahead of the curve when it comes to regulatory compliances. Not just that, a sound risk monitoring system helps the clients also focus on top line, which helps them scaling up. N-Prime is also constantly updated. We make sure that it's compliant with all the new regulatory changes mentioned by regulatory bodies from time to time. In the last 1 year, we have doubled our client base, which has led to N-Prime being the preferred choice across the street when it comes to risk and surveillance products. We do not have any in-house or outsourced marketing team. Our clientele is completely based on word of mouth among the broking and trading community. Also, currently, we have 30+ enterprise clients using N-Prime with an average daily monitoring of more than $500 million. And it's one of the most robust systems available in the market. Also, N-Prime is capable of handling more than 1 million transactions per second, where globally, that is, also it's capable of taking real-time risk-reducing measures in an autonomous fashion. We are a 25-member team, which majority of them come from a tech background, and all our technologies are built in-house. We also, when it comes to growth and revenue, we have achieved 200% growth in the last 2 financial years, and we are expecting the same in the next financial year as well. Well, that's all from our side. We're open for questions.
That was phenomenal. Ending before 10. Good.
So, who do you see as your major competitors?
So there are a few softwares available in the market, but they won't be considered as real competitors because they do not provide real-time risk and surveillance measures like N-Prime does. These are available like you can consider, we don't really consider them as competitors because they provide risk and surveillance on an end-of-the-day basis or a BOD process or on a refresh basis. No real-time as such is available in the market right now.
You mentioned about this 200% growth. Do you have an absolute figure to?
Sorry.
What has been the turnover?
The turnover is around $5 million right now.
Who do you think will be your next large set of customers? Would that be broking houses? Would it be, who will be your largest client?
So our large clients are broking houses, mostly, yeah.
That's the domain you want to remain?
Yes, that's our main focus. Any more questions?
Do we have any more questions? Okay, fine. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Deepika from Deep Sights.
A very good afternoon to one and all. This is Deepika Singh. My team and I, we come from a law enforcement background, and the journey from law enforcement to entrepreneurship has been an intriguing one. I welcome you all to join the same. If we see, you can say the losses caused by cybercrime as an industry, It is cumulatively close to about $6 trillion right now. The numbers, as for the last financial year, will soon be towering about $7.2 trillion. And this is just not me, this is Gartner, Forrester, and the others totaling with respect to the surmountable rise that we've seen, especially after the COVID pandemic. There were people who've never been online in the ecosystem or the digital ecosystem that were forced to come online, start their businesses, shift their practices online. In terms of the numbers, we are seeing an available market size of about 213 million plus MSMEs, which this number was earlier 70 million. It is after we started getting in foreign government traction where they started inviting us to set up our base there, an arm there or a subsidiary there. This is where the number we changed to about 213 MSMEs. Second vertical that we targeted was towards the area of forensics. Forensics as a science has a power to exonerate as well as to prove any particular investigation that goes on. We all are aware about the elongated jurisprudence process that happens in India. And that's one of the reasons being the forensic labs here in India are not adept to handle the volume of the number of frauds happening and the rate at which the crime scenes are evolving. That is way, way high as compared to how the solutions are taking place. This is a little bit on our validation. The first column outlines about our international validation and then moving about the federal and state validation that we've had. In terms of law enforcement agencies, thanks to our background, we've been working with police departments across 14 states, certain agencies such as the Intelligence Bureau, CBI, CID as well, where our praxis is to establish the new cyber tradecraft. A little bit on our technology stack, which was helpful, especially during the cohort as well. This is a one solution plug-and-play model that takes care of the cyber defense mechanism to prevent as well as recover data or any of the resources that are lost during ransomware attacks. Right now, we are seeing about every 11 seconds a ransomware attack happening. Second is in terms of business continuity and DR, so that if in case any zero-day event happens, that can kick in and basically preserve the resources of the infrastructure that we are trying to protect. The third is, of course, the forensics attribution part, which helps us to prove or take care of the etymology of the case as to how did the fraud happen. And fourth is a unique plug-and-play model where we are testing or stress testing using the red teaming concepts of various other OEM players that are there in the market and attaching that for our suite of clients. A little bit on the impact that we've created. We had received one particular digital signature case, a case study I'd like to cover, where the DSC was cloned. That DSC forged document was further used to file a resignation of a particular director. That could have resulted in her losing 30% stake of her 400 million company. This is what we saved, and within a turnaround time of 4 working days. This was not only done manually, but 80% of this was automated with some manual intervention by our forensic experts. In addition to that, my team is continuously testing a lot of RATs, remote access Trojans, that is, a lot of payload delivery, because right now we are seeing stealth mode delivery of viruses happening in everybody's phones, laptops, etc., which results into key logging. And that is where our R&D is fueling our product growth. In terms of our numbers, since MSME is one of our major verticals, we played on the volume at scale business. We've taken about 362 paying clients as of now, and the revenue stream there is through subscription basis. In addition to that, we are in touch with 24 governments, where either we have established or are establishing a subsidiary there with the backing of the local government there. And in addition to that, we are collaborating with their certs as well. A little bit on the team. We have team right from the banking to the risk advisory, as well as international army members that are guiding us on our praxis. And thanks to the opportunity given to us by ZSI and the RegTech platform, we continue to seek support on the advisory part. A little bit on our final endeavors, right from malware cataloging, where my team basically opens up every ransomware to study its modus operandi, so that we can wish everyone a cyber-safe future. Thank you, everyone. I wish you a good evening.
Thanks, Deepika.
You mentioned the law enforcement background.
Yes, sir.
That didn't come through.
My background?
What is the law enforcement background?
So majorly in the Maharashtra Cyber Police Department. I was posted to the CM's office here in Maharashtra, and my deputation happened to 2 departments, one of which was the Cyber Police Department, and later under the Home Ministry Department.
Sorry, I'm still not very clear. I mean, your offering, is it a service or is it a set of tools that you deploy at a client side?
So it's a SaaS offering that we are giving to our MSME clients majorly. And the forensics platform is a mix of automated plus a little bit of a human service given there, because the reports have to be attested by forensic experts.
Okay, and what is the SaaS offering that you
The
provide?
SaaS offering is the tech stack platform that we had displayed. Right now, we started in March 2021, and after that, we individually developed the components that we saw in the tech stack. And now we are in the process of accumulating all of the same in terms of ransomware protection to the tail end of cyber insurance as well.
So you actually deploy a tech solution onto the client's
Yes,
platform?
in the instance part. And these are our first set of clients. The meteoric rise could be, in a span of 4 months, we've garnered these clients. That was because we approached certain aggregator partners that could get us access to high volume MSMEs, because we wanted to pilot our SaaS offering there.
So how easy for any bank or any organization to deploy this? How many days it will take? And what all
Frankly, not more than 4 working days.
what all stakeholders are involved in the bank?
Sure.
I'm talking about a bank.
Banks,
So
okay.
4 days is 4 days will go practically for some governance part, right? So
Okay.
post that, what is that it is required? And
Sure.
what this platform will solve, which bank has not solved so far?
Sure.
So,
in
to be
terms-
precise, these are the 10 pointers it will
Sure.
be solved or, yeah?
Sure. So in terms of specifically the bank offering that I'm looking at, for banks we only have one product offering, that's red teaming and prevention against IP hijacking. The reason is because MSMEs are facing problems that are way different from what banks are facing right now. Banks face it at a much higher volume, and this SaaS platform is tuned mainly for MSMEs. In terms of banks, red teaming and IP hijacking protection is what we are focusing upon, where we deploy our cyber bots that take care of the cyberspace in terms of botnet attacks or other attacks.
So this platform is specific to only one territory of MSME, or how do we really take it to the larger scope?
Sure. So in the MSMEs, frankly, that vertical was born by the clients for us. It is across industries, it is across geographies, but the size of the company matters. We are right now taking MSMEs between 10 to 49 employees and 51 to 100 employees only as of now. And later we'll be going to the SME and the larger companies
But
once
how
our pilot
size
is
will
successful.
matter. See,
Sorry?
I'll discuss with you offline, but
Certainly.
how size of, like, how do you differentiate between 18 and 19?
Sorry?
How do you differentiate between the staff 18 and 19? How do you really...
So we
I-
majorly look at devices
Yeah.
as
Not a-
compared
yeah,
to the
that's
number
what-
of employees that are there. And for banking, red teaming is our major opportunity, that basically all our R&D initiatives are fueled onto providing that as a cyber intel input onto the same.
Any more questions?
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Next up, we have Jayant, Mayank, and Kuldeep from Lorbit.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jayant Kohli. I'm the founder of Lorbit Global Compliance Network. We are offering regulatory compliance management solutions for enterprises across globe. The problem area which we are trying to solve, every business has to comply with a lot of laws and regulations. The juggernaut is so huge that even if today I ask anyone how many laws are there in India, being in law for years and decades, still it's not very difficult to answer. It becomes more complex because you have to not comply with the law, but the compliance which are there. And there are hundreds and thousands and millions of pages of laws which are written, and this is they're changing on everyday basis. There are new notifications coming on a daily basis. And if the size and scale of the business grows, you have multiple locations, multiple hundreds and thousands of people who are responsible for doing compliances. But at the governance level, at the board level, you have to be sure in control of your regulatory compliance risk on a daily basis. You have to also ensure if anything is missed, you have the root cause, you know who is the person responsible and can zero it down, and also understand how you have to mitigate your risk. On the right side, we just shown some magnitude of the risk. Some examples from across industries of the clients whom we work with in India and Netherlands. That's the quantum of laws and compliance we are talking about, which one has to comply with. It's an ongoing process. You can't say I'm 100% compliant and go on holiday. You have new compliance coming up next day. Our value proposition, we offer regulatory compliance management solution, litigation management, legal matter management, enterprise risk management, and compliance audit management. In terms of traction so far, we have 55 plus clients globally, 200 plus entities, 1,000 plus locations. We are a team of 50 plus lawyers, engineers, and company secretaries, primarily based out of Gurgaon and Jaipur offices. We have so far 100% client retention ratio, which has come from our services, which we are delivering beyond this product. And we are right now going to the market directly as well as through a reselling partner channel. This, the offering came with experience of the founding team. Myself, been in market for 21 years, work with various large and organizations as well. And founding another RegTech startup before this. In the regulatory space, I've been for 11 years. And my co-founder, Dilpreet, he's a lawyer, and he's been in this space, in the legal tech space for almost like 14 years now. He started the regulatory compliance practice in collaboration with the Big Four, wherein we created a database of laws and compliances for around 70 countries and served some of the leading names in the market. And I, coming from a product and a technology background, we married together, our experiences together and created LawBit. Today, these are some of the countries where we have already delivered some projects. It's around 70 plus countries where we are. We have a database around 3,500 plus laws and regulations, covering thousands of authorities. Some of the names we are working with, these are as a reselling partner on the left side, and the law firms on the other side. So we have, because we are talking about laws and compliance, not just India, 70 plus countries, we can't do it alone with a small team. So you have to rely with the local experts, people who have understanding of the laws in those respective countries and geographies. So we have partnered with the law firms, some of the tier 1, tier 2 law firms as well. It's a SaaS-based integrated platform wherein one side you have the workflows, which is called GCMS, and other side you have regulatory intelligence, both mixed together. It creates a regulatory compliance management solution, which helps you manage your regulatory risk. The legal database is created by lawyers, and it is updated on a real-time basis as when the changes are coming in the law. In India itself, I'm just throwing some numbers. In India itself, there are databases around 2,000 plus law covering all states and union territories, 60,000 plus compliance, 50,000 regulations. Name a law we have covered in them. Some of the marquee clients we are already working with includes the laws like Maersk, Interglobe, LTI, ITC Group, CNH, Radiance, Writers, Mitra, Jabong. Or you say we are industry agnostic. We are not just restricted to one. From a BFSI specifically perspective, ICRA is our client, CNH Capital, Caterpillar Financials, Credit License, these are some of the clients in this area, but we are industry agnostic. Our focus is very strong focus on the client and the client feedback. We are the only company in our space which is doing an NPS surveys. These are net promoter scores. Anything above 30 is a very high, and we've been achieving 40 plus all the surveys. These are the recent ones. Some of the accolades we have got in terms of the investor community sitting here. This is our revenue so far. Right now we're doing 400K ARR, which is 3.2 CR from an Indian INR perspective, showing a growth of 110%. Our revenue mix is 60% direct and 40% through partners. This is our market size, addressable market size, and we believe there's a huge which we can do in this market space. And this is not a Gartner number, this is our own number, realistic only India numbers. If I go by Gartner's, it'll run into a few million and few billion dollars. I'm not quoting that, but this is what is achievable with this kind of size of company which we are.
Jayant, like you said, you can't be going on a holiday and thinking that, you've already complied with everything because the regulatory changes we don't know. So how is your team on a real-time basis updating it on your system? And then, it gets on a real-time basis again updated with the client. And the client needs to be made aware so that, they know that there's something new. I'm assuming it's a whole case management, like a compliance management system. And then, there are prompts that are coming to the compliance officer. So how does that all work? And how do you communicate to because the client might just get overwhelmed with this whole, system.
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
Yes. See, we have a team of lawyers, company secretaries, who are trained in this specific area of laws. We have built-in processes. We have used technology. We are using RSS feed. We are using, a technology to ensure we are opening website authority and checking on the updates on daily basis. We check every update. We note it down. We update them into the system. Very next morning, user gets an prompt that, hey, this is the notification which came. Our team immediately start working on it. For example, there's an RBI notification today morning. They start understanding it and then map it with the compliance which gets impacted. We make an impact assessment, update in the system, as in we have a twin software architecture wherein we have a centralized database of all the laws and compliances. This data gets updated and then it shoots a prompt wherein it goes to the other side of the application through APIs and it identifies who are the right users. It throws a prompt to the right user without, if I say a client has 500 users, but this compliance is related to only me, he'll throw a prompt to me only. So he identifies, so that's how the technology is built.
Okay, who takes the accountability that nothing is missed? So if I'm a client and I'm wanting to buy a product, I will want you to take the guarantee that I'm not missing out anything, because otherwise what's the point of the compliance tool?
Okay, so Komal, this is a very debatable topic because I have a factory in which we activated 750 compliance. There is another factory where we have activated only 50 compliance. So it's not always about us whether we are giving the data, but it's also about the client. What is the tolerance level of the client in terms of managing the compliances? So it's a both way system. We have to prompt, but they have to accept.
Right.
It.
So if I default, that's fair, because then I am the one who's not complying. But what I want to hear is that you will warn us of everything.
We'll take ownership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a RegTech for. I understood a lot about the Reg part, the tech that you are using for helping the clients. What is the technology deployment that is required for using you at the client side?
Sir, I'm saying, sorry, I've not understood.
No, I'm saying, we understood what do you deploy to keep yourself updated, send out others. Is there a system that you need to deploy at the client side to consume this? Nothing.
So there's a GCMS compliance management software which we configure for the client. So as I showed the twin software architecture, one side is our tech, other side is the tech which gets deployed at the client end. But it's a SaaS product, so it will be on our cloud only.
So what is this for?
Is this just an encyclopedia of all compliance?
Understood, sir.
All compliance rules, processes, etc. Or is there anything more than that?
So it's
there's no interface.
So it's
There's no interface required with any banking system or any financial.
No, it doesn't require
it's a standalone front end.
So it's not just a front end. It has a encyclopedia, plus it has a workflow, risk management workflow, wherein you once.
I've understood.
Yeah.
So the bulk of the service that is being paid for is the human service behind. This is really a front end, and I was a little intrigued, Jan. 70 plus countries. We are talking only 400 crores of.
No, so this is only India market size. So I just mentioned this is only India. If I only serve India client in India.
How many clients in India?
Sorry?
How many? How many clients in India?
So right now we are serving 200 entries, 55 plus enterprise clients.
So how do you see tomorrow generative AI comes and solves a lot of things which you guys are already doing?
Okay, so Prasanna, we are also very, we are actually watching this because very carefully, because what happens is it's a law which is changing, and we are also making an impact assessment, and we are creating an audit trails. It needs a lot of knowledge, but at the same time, you have to ensure that nothing goes right, as Komal mentioned, right? So some of the AI components have to come in. So right now we are exploring all those sides. We have not got the, we have not been able to crack the code, what side. But yes, it has to come, because if we have to grow the size, because what we believe, this is a product which can go global, but if we have to match the scale, it has to come.
And what we build for this cohort?
Sorry?
For this cohort, what is that you have
Prasanna, last question.
It's done, I'm done. What you have built for this cohort?
So this is the product which we have for this. The use case mentioned here is the compliance management. That's a use case which we are talking. In fact, Yes Bank, one of the discussion has mentioned that this is one of the pain areas. We want to work with them to identify how we can address it.
Great. Thanks so much, Jan.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Harshit and Sanket of Compliance Easy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Zone Startup for giving us this opportunity. I would like to start about Compliance Easy. So Compliance Easy is a digital infra solution for financial institution, majorly for microfinances and NBFCs. Now, if you want to start digital lending, what problems small microfinances and NBFCs are facing is, it is right now a time-consuming task. The loan cycle is 15 days, cost is somewhere around 1500 per customer journey. If they want to start a digital lending, it is a software development cost which takes time, as well as, a lot of huge capitalization. There's been multiple vendors which need to handle, and moreover, if you take a lot of vendors, there's a lot of complexity which comes in between in order to understand the logics. So how we are solving it? We are providing a no-code, platform where they can understand and create a user journey based on the type of customer they are onboarding, type of KYC they want, type of borrowers, co-borrowers or guarantors they want, the number of users they want, what credit checks they want, and what underwriting solutions they want, and which makes a MIS and a CRM combination, and which gives us an overall solution for digital lending for a small microfinance and an NBFC. So this is our, USP or a competitive advantage. We have a network of financial institutions which also gives them fund to, lend further to small people who are into BPL level, and they do that through digital lending. It's a easy, DIY technology for building our digital lending platform. We have 100+ APIs under our umbrella which can be used to build this digital lending platform. Further, we want to talk about the team. I am Harshit, with me Sanket is here, and Sharath. So me and Sanket are chartered accountants, and Sharath is a graduate from BITS Pilani. And this is a small team which we have, and we are expanding. We are already 7. Much of it is outsourced. What we are looking into a market is a banking as a service, where we are targeting 300 million, and we can go globally because we can integrate as much as APIs into the solution. Where we have a no-code platform, and the user can come and make a user journey based on their requirement. This is our portfolio as of now, and that's what we are presenting in next 4 years. We have 4 POCs which are running with small NBFCs and microfinance. We are a small team, we are a small startup right now, but we are expanding gradually. We have got explicit number of queries, and NBFC and microfinance are more interested because we are actually providing them all the solutions which is actually required. We work as a pay-per-use model and software as a service solution, which gives them a backing that we are not getting a high integration fees. We are not charging very high amount from them. We only charge based on the contract on the loan dispersed by the NBFC or a microfinance. So this is our expectation for the revenue. This is our revenue model. So we have multiple stacks which we have in between. We also provide solution. We have a document workflow where it gives a end-to-end digital lending document workflow and stamp papers, which can be affixed directly, and the whole journey can be documented digitally, and that can be done. Pay-per-use model for charges, as I told you, and other VAS products. So other VAS products is like the insurance, which we can sell through those SaaS applications with the help of digital lending. Those are the solutions which we are selling, and we have a revenue model including that. At the time of RegTech platform, we also started working on BCT digital use case, which was real-time transaction monitoring platform, where we have two types of transaction which we identify. The first is the near real-time transaction, and then is the real-time transaction, where we use 4 models: identify, analyze, strike, and report. And our models is based on transaction-based and event-based model. So this was what we are focusing and building right now based on the real-time transaction monitoring system. Our expectation is a 500K for 1 year, because we are a small team and we are expanding. Our revenues have come up, and we are expanding, and we are majorly looking for sales and distribution and a technology development and legal opinions with respect to our solutions. So that's it. Thanks everyone.
Sorry, so what I understood is you already have an existing platform for microfinance institutions or for NBFCs for lending purposes, for their lending business. But the RegTech part of it, transaction monitoring, is that something you have built, or you're looking?
Yes, we are actually in process of building it. So
okay.
we discussed with the BCD team, we created a blueprint out of it, and we are building a POC on it, yes. And that's what our blueprint basic is based upon.
Okay, got it.
Essentially, you are in the LOS space, is that right? There are a lot of players in that space.
Though there are a lot of
low code, no code, so I understand some of the differentiation.
Yes.
But all of LOS is digital lending.
Yes.
And there are a number of players. I was a little intrigued with your revenue projections. If I got it right, 1,200 crores in year 5.
Yes.
The biggest of the existing players has not crossed 300 crores.
Yes.
So I'm saying there's something wrong with your math, boss.
Yes.
We can take it offline.
Yes.
But that's a business I know very, very well.
True. So our revenue projection is based upon the queries which we have right now got, because we have got tremendous response from the microfinances and the FCSEs.
I'm saying, have you scanned the market?
Yes.
What is the market opportunity?
Yes. The market opportunity is actually because we have 20,000 NBFCs. What we are focusing on is HDFC or the big banks which have the infrastructure and the resources to build it. But when we talk about these small NBFCs and microfinances, they doesn't have those facilities.
Understand the problem statement. I'm simply saying those numbers seem to be completely out
True.
of whack. And there are existing players who have solved this problem. You'll be another player who will solve it maybe differently.
Yes.
And you cannot afford to be priced more than the existing players. So I'm saying something is not adding up. You will take it offline.
But
It's just nothing
yes.
to do with the presentation.
True. And I truly take your point. But when we go out in the market, we realize that though there are multi players in the market, but there is no sophisticated solution which takes care of all the
There are offline. I will tell you.
So
Unbelievable sophistication.
one question. What is your business model? Is it a tech or is it a product?
It is a tech stack. This is a lending stack based on software as a
You
solution
sell
service.
low code, no code API aggregator and
Yes,
all.
no.
And let it be part of a NBFC
Yes.
bank let it be for LOS or any other business model, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Last question.
Bora has already highlighted this. I do think the customer and the revenue slide that you have put up is quite staggering.
Yes.
Might just want to validate that.
So the customers are way different than the normal customers. Yes, yes. Any other question? Would be great to answer. Thanks.
so much. So AY Solutions is not presenting. Next up, we have Sriram and Mahesh of Cybernexa. AY Solutions.
Very good afternoon to all. We thank RegTech for this opportunity to present our product. We are from Cybernexa. I am Sriram. I have Mahesh with me. So we are basically into cyber security product, into identity and authentication platform. So we provide strong authentication solution for applications, networks, devices, everything. Our vision is to provide a mobile-based identity platform where the end users, we can provide the access to the end users so that they can say what is that they want to do, whether they want to authenticate a particular aspect or not. That's the idea how we started our journey. The core focus is like how we can prevent. There are a lot of attacks which all of you know, like it happens. So how we can prevent attacks in terms of MITB, phishing, all those aspects. So this is how we developed our product. Okay, so currently what we have is a multi-factor authentication platform and identity and access solution. From here, our journey, what we are looking at is where we can provide an identity to the end users' devices, where they can say like, okay, I want to do this authentication identity, I don't want to do it. We are more into preventive aspect of it rather than a reactive side. So where we can stop the crime happening, cyber attacks happening before cyber attack happening as such. So our technology stack, we currently use Java, Python, adaptive intelligence, and we are looking at how we can use blockchain. Then we are also looking at how we can use post-quantum cryptography. So that is where the key is, like the current RSA and other systems are hackable once the public key cryptography, once PKC comes into picture. Quantum computers come into picture. So that's where we are looking at how we can leverage the post-quantum cryptography also. These are the master directions which are given by RBI for digital payment security controls. So we comply with almost all the features and parameters what they have asked for in terms of the digital payment security. One of the factors what we are looking at working on is the remote access of applications. We provide, in terms of the product, we are available online so as a SaaS platform. Also, we provide on-premise support for banks and financial institutions. For enterprises, it's mostly on SaaS platform what we provide. We are also compliant with the RBI's Payment Vision 2025 as such. So what is that value proportion what we offer at this point of time? So we have strong security background. So from there we have devised the solution like pin safe. One solution, our one solution, say for example, if it is in a bank, it can provide prevention against protection against for applications, network devices, single sign-on for all their applications. So one instance can support a lot of use cases for them. So device trust is what we look at. So it is very important in terms of when we talk about identity, it's more of a device trust. So we have a lot of device fingerprinting, we do it, device binding, we look into it, we ensure that it's the right device from which the end users are accessing it. Geofencing, geo-spoofing, all these aspects are we provide. So these details, whatever we capture, can be used by fraud and risk management systems as such. So it helps the prevention of real-time fraud alerts. So instead of having a reactive thing, we provide a lot of proactive mechanisms also in terms of locking the account in our systems and step-up authentications, multiple device. So all these aspects are built into our product. So these are traction what we have. So we have done it for Cosmos Bank, Nagpur Nagarik Bank, and the GP Parsik Bank. These are for their enterprise applications where we have secured their identity and access management. Equitas Bank is for their devices, device management and device administration, how they log into it, because these devices are also very vulnerable. So we protect that also. 2023 has been very good for us. So we have entered into this one with Cosmos Bank, where we are going to implement for their retail bank. Till now what we have been doing is for the internal users, the employees. Now we will be getting into the retail banking customers as such. Okay. So myself, Sriram, Mahesh is this one. We have a lot of people on the advisory board, Sai Talapaka and Raj Kandasamy. We might be the odd company out in this RegTech. We are not into any of the use cases. We are not solving any use cases at this point of time. But we are looking at collaboration. We are looking at how we can leverage the RegTech this one systems and other sandboxes which are available here. So we should be able to work with and other companies where we can provide data and integrate our product as such. That's the idea why we are here. Thank you so much.
So you mentioned Cosmos Bank as a client.
Yes.
Was this before or after they got hacked?
Sorry?
Was it before or after they got hacked?
After.
Actually, they called us post-attack, immediately, within few days.
But the attack was not identity.
It was not that, yeah. More of this one card skimming, yeah.
You know, I just have one comment, it's not really a question.
Yeah.
SaaS offerings I found at scale become prohibitively expensive.
Okay.
SaaS is great for starting up, starting out, scaling up. The moment we start talking of lakhs, millions and crores, completely unaffordable. So that's a existentialist kind of challenge.
Yes.
I'm trying to grapple with that, right? How is it going to work?
It's
Give it some
very-
thought, because you are now going to do 2.5 lakh.
This is
retail
going to be,
customers.
okay, that is going to be an on-premise. For all the banks, what we do is an on-premise. So
Whether you do on-premise, there is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
licensing component, there's a management component, there is a platform component.
Yes. So the major this one is like the current authentications, whatever is happening, within that time period, less than that time period is what our solution will do it. For example, the SMS or whatever they are doing, the token based. So it will be less than that with the APIs, once it is integrated, it will happen within less than the time. So it will be very easy for them to scale up also.
Is my understanding right that you're going to, do you want to specialize in the, not the tier one
banks
type of banks, and then want to specialize in cooperative sector and the
No, at this
small
point of
value?
time, yeah, at this point of
Is
time.
that your intent, or is it?
No, there is no reason for that. So we are just getting into the market. So we are pitching with all the banks. We have pitched with many banks, Yes Bank, all the banks we have pitched with. So all they wanted was one live retail, this one, to go about. They all liked the solution, but they wanted to see how it is scalable in terms of the retail banking as such. That's where with this Cosmos we'll be able to get to with
How
other
is
banks.
how is scalable? Help us understand.
Okay, so on the scalability part of it, our solution, the authentication platform itself, can within a second, it can provide 600 authentications per second as such on a 8 GB RAM, 4 virtual CPU. So if it is horizontally scaled, yes, you can have a better this one, or if it is vertically scaled, you can have a better throughput as such.
One more question. Any more questions? Thank you. Thanks, Sriram and
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Microcred. Sagar and Nikhil.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I am Sagar Deshpande. I am the CEO and founder of a company called Microcred. We are a fairly new organization, a young startup. What we are trying to do is we're trying to build a leading edge platform for banks to essentially manage their regulatory compliances. We are starting with the lowest hanging fruit, the onboarding solution that banks and cooperative banks, small finance banks, regional rural banks require to onboard their customers while maintaining the KYC and AML guidelines. The next step for the platform would be to get into transaction monitoring, understanding what all other regulations are applicable to the bank, and how our solution can come in and help these banks in a very cost-effective manner, so that the banks don't have to really spend much on the technology aspect of their business. The problem that we are trying to address here is that as the world is becoming digital, the regulatory risks are also growing for the banks. If you go to Google and you just search the words RBI slaps fine, right, you will get every week you'll have a new news update saying that RBI has slapped a monetary fine on some or the other bank or any kind of a payment service provider. That's what we feel like. It's like a story of the tortoise and the hare, right? Where the regulations, which is a tortoise, is moving at a steady pace, and the technology, which in this case is the hare, has to be fast. And if they want to win, right, you cannot rest. And this is a bigger challenge for the banks who are not in that set, not in the top 20 or top 50, because they have low technology bandwidth. They are more focused on the banking side of the business. The regulations are changing. There's a high cost and effort involved in actually implementing the technology to match the regulatory requirements. So this is the problem, and for this problem what we are trying to do basically is we are trying to build or rather we have built to an extent a no-code workflow management platform, which is currently enabling these entities to build custom workflows for use cases such as onboarding, KYC, AML, safety screening, and transaction monitoring as of now. And as we go ahead, we are also looking at different kinds of regulatory use cases that can be deployed through this platform. The problem, as I mentioned earlier, it's not about getting access to the APIs in the market, like, you go for any AML API, you will go and find that API, say you go to Refinet, you get a WorldCheck API, or, any of our court members right now are also trying to solve the same problem. But what we are saying is, okay, there are certain banks who need to go ahead and say, okay, we want something which is manageable at our product level, at our business level, which does not require them to involve the tech team to an extent. So they can come to a platform, build dynamic workflows, build dynamic forms, create their own schema of a certain database, and push an input, right? So whether it is somebody on the ground going and doing KYC of a customer, or whether it is some transaction data that is coming in. So that workflow has an input section where you can select the input that you want, build that input the way you want it, and connect different data APIs like KYC APIs, AML APIs, or your own like whatever bank certain has, they can work on those APIs. This solution will essentially enable them to build and deploy interfaces across different use cases that they have. So whether they want to deploy Android app or they want to deploy a solution on their website, they can do so. As I said, our target market is primarily banking and financial institutions. It's a SaaS solution. We are the target market, I think it's already been talked about. I don't want to dwell much into that, but with our current network and size, we are targeting a $50 million market, which we feel is obtainable. Our team, I have more than 5 years of experience in building fintech products and then financial inclusion. Simran and Ranveer have built a company called RNFI, and they have joined me in this journey. Ranveer is our co-founder. Simran has put in some money to make this happen. Investment ask, as we have found a product market fit, we are expecting a seed capital of 1.25 million USD, primarily for product growth and in, expanding our team and doing some sort of marketing to go ahead. That's it. Thank you. As I said, we are proud to be a part of the first cohort.
Ajab, one question.
Sure.
Suppose there is one cooperative bank. You give an example of a cooperative bank, and they want to create a workflow of onboarding their retail customer.
Right.
So what is the cost for that, and what is your cost?
Sure. So say, for example, since they are a bank, they already have something in place.
You have a number in mind. What is the cost for that, and what is your cost?
So for us, the cost that we are charging approximately 100 per onboarding, and it's a pure play SaaS product.
Huge cost.
Onboarding charge.
I'm saying that that's a huge cost.
Sorry?
That's a huge cost.
But we are not charging any upfront fee or a software fee. So they can just come in, build any interface, and deploy it on the ground.
Yours is a SaaS model or on-prem?
It's a SaaS model.
Cooperative banks?
Yeah.
SaaS model. Will it work?
That's what we are looking
Moreover,
at.
RBI has a outsourcing guideline.
Right.
Around that, everything has to be in control
Absolutely,
of the bank.
absolutely.
So how it will work?
So deployment will be on-premise for them. So deployment is on-premise, but then the way we work is we have certain APIs which are outside. For example, if they're doing say
You have
KYC.
to think over all these angles.
Right. All the information will remain within the bank system itself.
We can always discuss offline and make sense how it can become bank compliant or cooperative bank compliant. Because the problem you are solving by saying ki we'll build those workflows, and the slide which speaks about penalties on, you need to understand why, for what purpose those penalties is occurring.
Right.
Is it because of onboarding workflow or something else?
Correct.
So then you will be able to connect both the dots.
Absolutely. If I want, yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, I have a question for you. There are others as well from the cohort, as you said, which are offering exactly the same solution, and it's like the end-to-end thing. You said you have a no-code platform. Now, I, as a lawyer, am working currently on a no-code document automation technology. But I find I am comfortable working on it because I've always worked using technology. However, if I was to give it to the practitioners who are actually into legal advisory work, they would run away from it. What in your experience has been, a success rate of selling a no-code platform, offering the same solutions over something that is a solution that is building it for you? Why did you choose to be a no-code platform to give that flexibility to your clients to do their thing? And do you think it is feasible that there will be more people who will be wanting to do their own thing? Or will they want you to handhold still and, do it for them?
No, absolutely. I think it's a very right question. So what we have seen so far is most of the entities that we deal with, even if it's a small company, a small NBFC, they already have their LOS or some sort of any onboarding tool present, right? For us to go ahead and say, hey, you take our solution and you change it completely for a different use case. So that doesn't work. So we have an SDK based approach, right? So what we build, whatever workflow that you build on the web panel translates into an SDK on which can be integrated into any app or in any website for that matter. Right, so whatever changes that the product team or the business team makes on the web panel instantly reflects in the next session of the SDK. So for the bank or the for any type of user, whatever they are seeing, it's dynamic in nature. So they don't have to change their existing platform. They can just integrate our SDK as they go for any other future use case. Or it's not just related to limited to onboarding, but it's also like one example that I speak about more often is like we work with a lot of microfinance companies. So the whole reason why we got into this space because regulation came in April of 2022 and said, hey, now the microfinance borrower definition is no longer 1 lakh rupee, somebody earning less than 1 lakh rupee. It's a household who earns less than 3 lakh rupees. Now, for a microfinance company with low technology bandwidth to make that change all of a sudden is a big challenge, and that's where we started our journey. And one of the use cases we are still working on with a MFI is the same, that you go ahead and use the same platform, what you're doing for onboarding, build a form for capturing data which is not currently captured into your LOS, right? So that's where the no-code functionality comes into play.
Any more questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next up, we have Sai Krishna and Shreyas of DivSite.
Pranams everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So we are trying to create a financial threat intelligence company by fusing both the AML and CTF angle and also the cyber angle. I'll try to run you through that quickly. So our small team, we have around 40 people distributed across 4 or 5 locations. We primarily work with law enforcement and regulatory agencies, trying to solve interesting problems. So I am Sai Krishna. I worked in the Indian Revenue Service before I started this company. So my friend, colleague, he was in cybersecurity. And here we have Shreyas. He's a chartered accountant. He helps in solving a lot of interesting cases as well. This is our brief background. So with your permission, I'll go to the next slide. Yeah. So from the point of view of the from the point of view of the challenging threats to the financial institutions, the first change that we have seen is the disruption because of the fintech. So from the regulator or from the enforcement point of view, you have no clear visibility on where the money is coming in, where the money is going, and who is operating on money and where is it end. And the challenge is made even more complicated because of the presence of cyberspace. In cyberspace, attribution is very tough. You don't know the person is actually the same person who is logging into your portal or not. So this further adds more risk. So consequently, the financial system naturally becomes very susceptible for economic crimes. This means increased activity by the economic enforcement agencies, regulatory compliance from multiple regulators and all that. So this is our understanding of the problem that we are looking at. So for this problem, we are trying to come up with a simple solution. So the solution that we are looking at is 2-layered. The first solution is when you're dealing with your customer, collect the footprints of the customer on cyberspace. Where is he logging in from? How is he logging in from? What is the device ID? these details. Now, if the banks permit us, we can collect it from them, or as a policy, they always collect, so they can share it with us later too. Second step, okay, once we think that the guy is clear from the cyber point, he's not a bot, he's not a robot, or he's not a hacker who's potentially trying to log into the banking system or trying to create accounts. Phase 2 is to validate he's using the AML CTF norms. So whatever RFIs are applicable. So once these two are clear, the customer is forwarded to the bank. Now this process can be done continuously because the customer profile also changes during the year. So today he may be a good customer, tomorrow he may start receiving credits from some shady location or another. So this process can be done offline, online, on premises and everything. So this is what we broadly do. Yeah. So basically we are trying to bring in cyber threat intelligence, OSINT, and also AML CTF lists together. So our sources include adverse media and all other platforms. We are fundamentally a machine learning company, so we collect a lot of 70 parameters from the browser and other parameters. And we also have around 1,500 media portals across the world. We monitor constantly. Across languages, we have our own inbuilt translation platform to make sense of threats, and also implement the process in a very modular fashion so that it can be integrated into anybody's functioning. It's like a microservices model. Yeah, our advantage, our primary focus always lies in proprietary ML models and our own curation of data sets. So we have a team of experts with background in financial enforcement, chartered accountants, and machine learning guys. So we create and maintain our own data sets. So it is these data sets which drive the creation of the models. And second, we continue to work with law enforcement agencies. So we have a lot of insights on the new trends. So that helps us play catch up very fast and keep our ML models updated always. So now I'll try to cover quickly some of the tech aspects of our functioning and the sources. So these are the things that we normally follow. I'm sure most of the people also do this. So the difference comes in the ML models part of it. Yeah, we can also do some more curated work. Like we all know, the financial threat actors are also smart and intelligent. So no simple set of rules will ever be able to catch up. So there may be some cases where there is a potential risk or some sort of an input. There can always be a human-driven or an expert-driven investigation. So that work also can be integrated with our portfolio. So some of the data that we keep inside, we store it in a graph databases so that the relationships can be captured very, very effectively. So this is one view of a person. And we have built our own ML models. We have our own proprietary NER. We have own proprietary summarization and all that. So you can simply see from the news story that we perceive what type of information that we perceive and store, the locations, organizations, the persons who are mentioned. And this happens constantly round the clock. And if the content is not in English, it gets translated to English and the ML models run on it. Yeah, so once the customer is onboarded, you can share the data. Customer in the sense here, the bank, they can simply upload the customers or the data that they have collected on an API interface or some sort of a CSV file format. So the data will be processed in the backend and they can clearly download the outcome. Yes, let's say this is the file that you want to upload. These are the new customers that you're trying to onboard. Once the portal processes in the backend, you can simply download with all the data that you will need. Now, this also can be automated as an API interface so that the process is totally automated. Or we can collect the cyber footprints instead of you giving it to us by putting our JavaScript into your customer acquisition platform or portal. That also can be done. Yeah, in some case, we can also identify additional relationships. So those can be added here. Yeah. Thanks. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions from the jury?
No, sir. There are 2-3 products which people are trying to put together. So that's the challenge. So the difficulty for us is we are trying to explain this as a new product. Sir, I can't hear you. You're not audible, sir.
Hello. If I say example, somebody is doing transaction on channels, mobile or internet, there are some regulatory guidelines. How do we capture some of the relevant data, IP addresses, from where do you transactions, so on. And there are 2 set of products or product lines are available, fraud risk management or adaptive authentication based upon this data. And everything happens seamless without any upload, download and all. So how do you see your product journey, considering the existing ecosystem is available for the same problem set?
Sir, can you please repeat? I couldn't hear you clearly in the first.
See, whatever you have built, it is a disconnected experience.
Disrupting
right?
the space, yeah.
Disconnected experience, right? Somebody has to upload, download, and to manage that,
Sir,
there is another process
yeah,
you have to write as a
yeah,
banker,
I
right?
understand the question, sir.
So how do you see there are already some straight-through processes are available and products are also available?
Sir, our product is fundamentally designed without any disruption or any disconnectedness. But like you know, in banking or other regulator spaces, getting entry is very
are
tough.
you bootstrapped or investor company?
Sir, we are an Indian company.
Huh?
Indian company, sir.
No, anybody invested in your company?
No, no, sir. No, sir. We are fully bootstrapped. We are profitable more or less.
No, no. How long you will sustain as a bootstrap?
Sir, bootstrapped, we would like to grow, sir. So there is no question about that part. We'd like to grow, and for us, honestly, because of our background, we come largely from the enforcement this side. So we don't have many connects inside the banks. So that's a frankly a challenge for us.
Do you have any customers right now in the banking sector?
Sir, we sell through APIs. Some of the other players, they take our APIs and sell it forward. Okay. So for us, mostly we work with the law enforcement and other agencies. So they use our services. So we sell it like a SaaS model. Okay. So they use our platform. Once the work is done, we file bills, they pay us. It's over. So it's a month-to-month thing. So there are no cash flow issues as such, thanks to that. And with every passing year, we're building valuable IP, valuable models, valuable taxonomies.
Okay.
So that is where our long-term view on this is, sir. And like you see, we have thought about it right from the beginning as a global solution, not just an Indian solution.
Right.
Which we put a lot of effort on building our own translation models. And we also believe genuinely the big risk comes from the local field, local media, local places. They capture big risks. Yeah. Like most of the big loan defaults because of PEP and other matters are very well reported in vernacular media and not in English media. So we put a lot of effort on building translation for vernacular media. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. Great to be here.
Thanks. Next we have E. Gyanam. Sudeep.
Thank you, Zone Startups, for giving us this opportunity. My name is Sudeep. Can I have my slides, please? Right. So we've had a very long day so far, so many pitches, and everybody has his own definition or the boundaries of compliance. So are mine. So what we are trying to look at is automation and blockchain, how they can help in compliance. We have talked a lot about how when there's a large volume of data, automation could help. But process automation, where there are few people required to work in a coherent manner, things don't work out. And that's why there are major problems in compliance. And the other thing is, we started with security, but moving forward, we want to address the compliance requirements for privacy and sustainability, which is more like ESG together. And a lot of us say compliance is a pain, because we have to do it, but we are finding it very difficult to do it for many reasons. The other is, it can be manipulated. The data cannot be totally relied upon. A lot of it is manual, and it's not one compliance, it's multiple compliance which are there. And so there needs to be some more smarter solution for it. And if you really look at how big the opportunity is, it's more than $50 billion only looking at the compliance for cyber, for privacy and ESG. So this is a big opportunity to work for. So what are we doing? And compliance is not something new. Solutions around compliance have been there for the last 10, 15 years. We are trying to bring together different aspects of automation, machine learning. We are bringing in a new concept of, or a layer of blockchain-based trust platform. And we are going to do orchestration, which we do typically. Together, we think that we can solve a lot of more problems. So what is it that we have developed? We have developed a solution which is called a compliance management solution. And for us, compliance starts from managing a policy. It can be anything, but that can always be converted into a policy. So it has elements of policy management, asset management, vulnerability workflows. Our current solution is more suited for the security compliance, but the same platform we are going to use for the privacy and other compliance requirements. The only new thing is the number 7 which you see. That how can we leverage or have a blockchain-based immutable trusted platform. That is something new which we are trying to do. And if you look at 1 to 6, they address the needs of the use case. Data captured, intelligent workflows across incident management, risk assessment and all. So a solution in that way is very much ready for that. But we want to bring in that additional layer of making sure that compliance could be trusted. And that is where we're building a blockchain-based layer. And why are we so gung-ho about it? Because we are about to formally launch it. We already have orders worth 2 crores confirmed from some of the best reputed institutions in the country. So most of the other components are what we would always hear, but I think the main core thing which we are going to bring in is the blockchain-based trust platform. And for that, we are going to leverage the DLT, Hyperledger, Distributed Ledger. And we can talk about the details of it, but this is something new which is being tried, and this technology is being developed at IIT Kanpur. So about us, my name is Sudeep. I've been in the industry for almost 30 years. I've set up practices for IBMs, managed large practice at Wipro, and also I know how these solutions need to be made, newer solutions need to be made. We have Mrityunjay, who is BTech from IIT Varanasi, and together we have made the solution. And through our journey, we have a lot of, we already have good names like State Bank. We are already part of the innovation cell. They have issued a single party RFP to us. So we know when to go to them. But we have put a constraint on us that we'll go to the banking sector only when we have 3 crore orders in hand and maybe 3-4 large implementations. We have already reached 2 crores. So maybe around July is when we will be approaching the financial sector. So just to say how we sell and who is a partner. Our partner is C3I Hub IIT Kanpur. This is a Section 8 company which is under IIT Kanpur, and they have a mandate to sell. And this news is as new as yesterday when IIT Kanpur has sold a complete suite of solutions to BIT Mesra, and it was covered in the press yesterday, where one of the our solutions happens to be a part of. So yeah, we already have orders worth 2 crores. We are looking at 600K if we get,
Sudeep,
but we are looking at a strategic investor. Otherwise, we are bootstrapped and we are doing well. Thank you so much.
Just wanted to get a little more clarity when you talk about compliance management solution and then introducing, DLT or blockchain to that. It's not very clear to me.
Sir,
what is that use case you're trying to address?
Any audit which happens, any compliance which happens, and we have all, in our age, we have all gone through it. Can we believe it, everything was correct? The data has not been fetched, data is not manipulated. This is one of the major problems a lot of people in the industry face. The audits, compliance is totally manipulated.
Audit of what?
Huh?
What kind of audit are you referring to?
Any audit. Name one which you have faced. I will tell you how it can be manipulated. See, what really happens is, we all depend on data which has come from somebody else. The data resides somewhere. It can be changed in the backdate. Whatever has been done, all you get is a screenshot, or all you get is somebody telling you, I did it. Did it happen actually? Can it be verified? Can somebody not go back and change it? Why do we do, in the financial audit, why do we do an audit SAP? Only because we feel that, that SAP could be manipulated, all my financial numbers could be manipulated, so please do the audit. And that's why the Deloittes and EYs of the world make all the money. So none of the audits, unless there is somebody to confirm that everything which they say and said is correct and holds true after 6 months. So that is a problem, and there are some people who are going to buy this.
So this product, right, so suppose there is an existing process without blockchain and with blockchain. And you mentioned the why blockchain just to say that whatever data you will store in the blockchain cannot be manipulated.
The changes
and
cannot
it's
be.
immutable, so that any auditor comes and says, oh wow, it is in blockchain, so your audit is foolproof. That's what you want to prove
So
as
this,
a product?
So this is one of the use cases.
One of the use cases.
So
What is the other use case for blockchain?
So as we move.
What is the other use case for blockchain?
From a blockchain perspective, so let me take out the banking out of it. So whether there are degrees to be given, recently Narendra Modi distributed IIT Kanpur degrees. They were all done through a blockchain-based mechanism, and it was all televised.
How it is connected to compliance process?
It doesn't have to be compliance, no? Compliance is a use case. See,
I think, Sen, what is the business model here? Are you selling blockchain or a compliance process automation, or what is that exactly?
So I'll tell you the problem is like this, that for any organization, it will have multiple compliances to do. So what they end up doing is the compliance team, they do 60-70% out of it, the best intentions, and they get things arranged, and that's how it moves out. It could be an ISO 27001, it could be something on environment, many things are coming. So can I have a platform, can I automate certain things so that I can really do it? That's one part of it.
That we can do without blockchain?
No, blockchain is not required over there.
Yeah.
So, but there are certain organizations who would want that. So that is how we offer that as a specialization. You're absolutely right, but there is a market for it which is already there.
So what I could understand from the pitch where 3 to 4 slide was talking about blockchain. So it's a selling blockchain rather than selling what is the as a compliance process, how you are really automating and
so
changing the way the existing process happens and
see,
removing those operational
it's the flavor of the day.
Yeah.
Like there was a time every computer would say Intel inside. Right. So blockchain is the flavor, and it has got multiple things. So what we are trying to do is beyond compliance, in the long run as a company, when I grow, for me compliance would be a vertical.
What I want to emphasize, just interest of time, example, this process is there for 5 years, and every document, everything you are putting in a blockchain is not scalable. We need to bring on that angle.
So we'll just close it. So we are only making sure that changes are covered in the blockchain, not everything. We are not making a document management solution. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sudhir. Next up, we have Peter from Whitnum Tech, joining us virtually from Sweden. Yep, Peter, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry about that. So Witnium is an evidence generation platform developed of the system started in 2015, and it has evolved from a tool specifically targeted towards protecting IP to a highly generic and data source agnostic platform that has many different use cases. Let's see here how I can. Doesn't seem to work. Sorry about that.
Give us a minute. We can see you, but not your slides anymore. So if you'd like to introduce
Sorry about
yourself in the
that. I'm
meantime.
trying to solve this. Now you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Yes. So, and our tagline, just to summarize what we do, is your partner in truth. And your partner in this meeting is partnering. We like to partner with our clients and customers, having an agile and flexible, attentive way of working. And this is also because our clients know what they do, and we know our technology. And in truth, we mean that we are creating digital witnesses that can't be contested. So, and the problem, one of the problems, just to give an example, is if you look at a document that is part of some project, how can you tell if you're looking at the latest version? Or that the document hasn't been modified in some way before it was sent to you? How can you know which changes in other documents in project led to changes in yours, and who made those changes? What happened before your document was last modified, and what happened after? In short, how do you know if you can trust the information you're given, and how much time would you need to spend in order to verify that? So our solution is a product called EviTrace. And it's a data source agnostic and can work with multiple simultaneously data sources. It can track changes to documents or files in any number of sources and provides users with a dashboard where all data and all sources is presented in a way that lets users trace events in time so that it becomes pretty clear for them the events affect each other, even if they occur in different data sources. So EviTrace also turns information into evidence by using blockchain technology that guarantees that information logged in the EviTrace remains unmodified forever. Our digital witnesses use math and cryptographic hashes to prove when information was modified and by whom. This product, EviTrace, is a result of 7 to 8 years of constant tinkering and our long cooperation with several international law firms in Europe. The market opportunity, if we begin there, we focus on the legal sector up to now, and that sector is worth about 27 billion euros. And we see that market increasing about 5% a year up until 2027. Also, according to research from PricewaterhouseCoopers, blockchain for legal firms, a total of 41% will integrate the blockchain in transactional legal services, while 21% will use it for business support, and the remaining 31% for high-value legal services. Regarding the RegTech and the cases that the EviTrace solve, is what we see right now is automation of regulatory reporting, where witnesses can be used to show that reports were sent in a timely manner, and so timestamps can never be manipulated. Data capture and intelligent workflows. Digital witnesses can be utilized to document exactly which data was captured and when it was captured. We can also additionally add metadata to show where the data was captured and by whom. Environmental scannel of third parties. The witnesses can be used to validate the information supplied by vendors or contractors or other parties. or of course continuous due diligence, where witnesses show the information was indeed reported in accordance with the regulations. Our traction, we are right now, or up to now, we have focused on the legal community. So today we have pilots running together in Sweden, Denmark, Germany, United Kingdom, and Spain. Amongst these are two of the world's top 20 ranked law firms and lead law firms in respective country.
Peter,
the planned length of these pilots are between 6 to 12 months, but the pilots are all paid. And we expect to generate a MRR of approximately 75,000 euros during next quarter. And apart from this, we also generate revenue, of course, from fixed fees and traditional consulting hours. Also, worth to mention is during next quarter, we are launching a new product and data source in form of app. The product is developed together with leading law firms to secure evidence within the framework of the infringement and for ongoing securing consumables for larger clients. Our team is basically me and Stefan are the founders. The company is built on learning by doing for 8 years. And we have, today we are approximately 12 employees plus freelancers that are working on this together with our clients.
Peter, thank you.
Yeah, and the investment ask, we're just funding is not our priority. We're just looking for strategic investors and partners right now. Thank you.
Can I? Hi, Peter. As I understand,
Hi.
Are you providing, so I've understood you are helping with evidence management, but basically, is it forensics? And you are working with law firms for, say, for example, a white-collar crime investigation or something. What kind of cases are you working on?
Mainly right now, the focus is on, the pilots are focused on the M&A transaction, the due diligence. That's what they use it for. And the data source attaches is always, or most commonly, data rooms to show what they have uploaded or not what uploaded. And they can also make evidence binders on what they have uploaded and what they have done. So that's the use cases right now. And a lot of the cases are also within IP.
Okay.
So just to track what...
It is not so much on the forensic side of, how we do the litigation evidence management. As I understand, this is more on the due diligence side, what's missing, what's not uploaded, and to see any inconsistencies in a due diligence exercise.
Yes, at the moment, but remember that the EverTrace is a platform. So you can also attach different types of data sources to that platform. So if you want to make anything with forensics, you can also attach that to the EverTrace. Because what that does is basically just records everything that happens.
So is it
and creates evidence of it.
Right, so is it an analytical tool? If I upload documents, will it draw a connection between them?
Yes, it follows the timelines of everything.
Okay, right now you're
and
operating in a different
witnesses
jurisdiction.
Of every trade form.
Right. Do you have intention to go to different jurisdictions? Say, for example,
Yes,
would you want to
absolutely.
sell your services in India?
Yes, very much.
So then the question that I want to ask you is that, every time, and this is something that I speak from experience, that every time we have such matters where we are required to do forensics and, have data collected somewhere, then the question always is, where does the server lie and where is the data going? Is it remaining in India or is it going outside?
Yeah, and we're we're agnostic and also blockchain agnostic. So some of our larger clients are very large law firms, so they also build their own private blockchains, and everything is in their the ecosystem, so to speak. So everything is agnostic, so it's not based in one place. If we have clients in India, we can place it there or within their ecosystem.
Any global law firm which is your client at the moment?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
name the law firm?
No.
Okay, I respect that.
Nice try. We have two of the 20 largest law firms running pilots right now.
Thanks, Peter. Any other questions for him? Thank you. Next up,
Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we have Komal and Akanksha, the last startup of the day, Signsy.
Hi everyone, I'm Komal and this is Akansha. So we are here to represent Signsy today.
Hi everyone.
Thanks to the jury for sitting here since while and listening to all of us patiently. Yeah, can we get the deck online? Perfect, thanks. Yes, so Signsy is a technology platform. So we are building a no-code digital onboarding solution for all the financial institutions. So today we are working with more than 200 plus clients, and this is the agenda that we will cover today. Just a quick introduction, 3 APIs that we want to walk you through, from the transaction monitoring in terms of credit frauds and also the due diligence that we do. So today we are working with 240 plus customers. On the platform there are already 75 million plus onboardings that have happened. On a daily basis we do about 10 million transactions on this platform. And you can also see 80% lower cost of the platform, right? There's also a 90% reduction in the TAT, in overall TAT, and 60% reduction in the drop-off. So that's our ultimate goal, to redefine the speed, the accuracy and the experience in creating the flow for all the financial institutions. So today we are working with few private sector banks like HDFC, ICICI Bank, SBI, and couple of fintech and insurance players as well. So today we are, looking at the shift where earlier customers like us used to go to the branch to open an account. But today, now the branch or the bank has to come closer to us to, in order to create a relationship with the user. So the current method of digitization takes a huge amount of time, right? For any bank to create an end-to-end journey, it takes anywhere about 16 to 18 months. But with Signsy, we are planning to reduce this timeline to almost 60%, what we are looking at today. So there are two, product offerings that we have. One is the no-code digital, platform, and the other is the API. So in no-code digital platform, without having any technology knowledge or the coding knowledge, any business user can simply drag and drop and create a workflow, right? So imagine like a PowerPoint presentation. So you want to create a slideshow. You drag a couple of boxes, you add your content, you create the flows. So it's very similar to that. So there is an admin portal where you can create these widgets. If you can see, there's an interface and also the configuration on the go. And it also is usable for all the use cases. So be it a lending journey, be it a current account, be it a merchant onboarding. So for everything, you can use this platform. Yes, so if you can see on the screen, it's a no-code platform which has 3 blocks. First is the user interface, the front end, that the end client or maybe the bank can create, and it can be very well integrated with your mobile apps, web channels and third-party apps. The second is the rule engine. So this is based on a lot of configurations and risk-based checks that we do, and all the result goes into the back office portal. So every verification score, whether it's a red flag, good to go, what is the geolocation, everything that you can see in the back office portal. In terms of products, there are already established products like current account, video KYC, merchant onboarding, and also the API marketplace, whereas 200 plus APIs we have already built in terms of KYC, KYB, risk mitigations, the negative due diligence that we do. So these are a couple of examples, which is GST analytics, ITR analytics, and bank statement analyzer. So basically, using these APIs, you can very well analyze your customer in order to, when you are a lending customer and you're dealing with a huge number, with a corporate. So in that case, you want to analyze their GST pattern. Where you want to understand the month-on-month sale that is happening, who are their major customers, who are their major suppliers. So all of that you can understand using a GST analytics API, which is a consent based. So all of the data we are able to give you in a JSON format or an Excel format. Right, so you can see the top list of 10 suppliers, also the growth in terms of how much is the filing that they have done. So this is specifically for GST. Similarly for an ITR as well, it's a consent based API where you can get the, the employer name, what is the tax that is paid by the user, the address, the bank account details, which will only give a better access of the end user to the client. Go ahead. Similarly, there's a bank statement analyzer, and this is a commercial lending product, which comes with 3 blocks, business application, due diligence, and credit underwriting. So in terms of offerings, there's API stack and a no-code platform. Yeah, we can take some questions here.
I just trying to understand what is unique about this, because half a dozen platforms I can name that already do this.
Right. So the no-code platform that you see, right? So in this, you don't have to basically be dependent.
No-code platforms as well.
Yes. So it's a no-code platform. First of all, you don't have to have a coding knowledge. You can drag and drop, create a workflow. Second is the API connectivity. So we already have all the upstream APIs connected, like in KYC, KYB, negative due diligence. So in terms of the offering, it's a no-code platform integrated with set of APIs.
So actually we have 100 plus and 200 plus widgets in library with us. So it's just a drag and drop for you, for any normal user, business users can also create this workflow. It is not important if there is any sort of change, it is not important that a coder is needed or any timeline is needed. Just a few seconds, it will change whatever the requirement is.
How big is your team? We didn't say anything about the team.
Yeah, so we are 250 plus people in the organization. We are headquartered in Bangalore and we have offices across Pan India. Any more questions? Yeah, thank you everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thanks so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the 17 teams that pitched? And for our phenomenal jury members. I think we heard lots of appreciation backstage saying tough questions. Like lots of founders were like, okay, tough questions. So good, thanks so much. Next up, so jury, Hemant will accompany you. Oh wait, sorry, my bad. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'd like to call Hemant to give a token of appreciation to all our jury members. Okay. Okay. So Jury members, if you could accompany Hemant to the VIP room. Yeah, there's coffee. Dear audience, thank you so much for your patient listening of all these 17 phenomenal startups. While the jury is out, very literally in this case, deciding on who gets to win, in about 40 minutes time, we'll be announcing the winners. But in the meantime, we'd like to call on stage our chief guest for the evening, Mr. R. Gandhi. While Gandhi sir arrives, I'd like to give you a little bit of a background about him. So, I mean, he really does need no introduction. It's one of those rare situations where nearly everyone who's spoken so far or been on the jury really didn't need an introduction in the first place. But Gandhi sir truly has been a former deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of India. He's currently a financial sector policy expert and advisor who advises banks, financial companies, fintech entities, payment system entities, investors, and funds on subjects ranging from financial regulations and the Indian economy. He's an independent director on the board of several financial sector entities like banks, market infrastructures, account aggregators, information utilities, and fintechs, amongst others. Those of you who've had the privilege of interacting with him since he's been here with us since the morning will attest to the fact that he's truly a very good mentor to all of us. I mean, he's been answering all our questions patiently all day and he's been with us all morning. So, like I said, he's a prolific speaker and covers include finance and subjects like banks, market infrastructures, account aggregators, and others, and another wide range of subjects. He was the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India for 3 years from 2014 to 2017. And he's been a seasoned and accomplished central banker for 37 years. He had a 3-year secondment to the Securities and the Exchange Board of India, SEBI as we know it better, which is the capital markets regulator. He also held the charge of the director of the Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, IDRBT, in Hyderabad. He's been associated with various committees, working groups, and task forces, both domestic and international. He was one of the initial members of the Monetary Policy Committee and a member of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision and the Committee on Global Financial Systems, Basel. He's been educated in India and abroad, holds a master's degree in economics from the Annamalai University in Tamil Nadu, India. He also has a postgraduate level certificate in Management Information Systems from the American University, Washington, D.C., and one in Capital Markets from the City University of New York. His technical education includes courses in systems programming from IBM in Australia, and also a certificate in Gandhian thoughts, very interesting, sir, from the Madurai University in Tamil Nadu, India. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Very good evening to each one of you. First of all, my hearty thanks to my grateful thanks to BSc Institute and all of you to have invited me and to be sharing my thoughts with several of you, both in the morning and now. And in the process of during the day, I could hear many other points of view, perspectives. That is also a learning for me as well. And finally, to the real icing on the cake, not just icing, the whole cake itself, if I should say, is the report that Deloitte has going to release in the next moments, which really gives the complete information deck as a ready reckoner on RegTech related issues. I first really congratulate them for having organized their thoughts in such a clear fashion, most easily readable fashion, It has been published. It is, all of you will be getting to know that, and you will endorse it fully when you go through it. Thank you. First of all, let me give my own some perspective on the RegTech, the topic of the day. The very first issue some of you had raised for me to touch upon is the very definition of the RegTech itself, because there are different ways people do interpret what is RegTech, how do we really define it. In my own way, I thought that we can start with a simple litmus test, in the sense that if there is a technology solution somebody is offering and it is solving a compliance-related, regulatory compliance-related pain, then it is RegTech. If it is solving some issues relating to the business, then it is not RegTech. It should be FinTech. That's a simple yardstick. So long as it is supporting compliance of regulation, then it is RegTech. So compliance, of course, there are two broad divisions within that itself. One is compliance back to the regulator, that is reporting back to the regulator, and the compliance within. That is another way of subsect of the RegTech. And there is one more which now it is getting new name, that is SupTech, supervisory technology, that where the regulator themselves use technology for seeking the compliance from the regulated entities. We are not talking about that today, because that is more specific, more bespoke only to the regulator. Okay. Now the regulated entities, for long, they have been availing the services of technology from their technology partners. For the past 20 years or 30 years, 20, 25 years in India, the banks and other institutions, whenever they have always engaged some system integrator or software developing entity to assist them in supporting any and every requirement relating to technology. So that's the way, there was no, but at the time it is a software provider, service provider, that's it. There was nothing called RegTech or FinTech or anything. Now the situation has come in such a way that the regulations are changing every now and then, almost every day, so to say. Sometime when I was in Reserve Bank, when during Dr. Rajan's time, we made an attempt not to issue instructions every day to help the regulators, the regulated entities' life easier. It was decided that once a week on every Wednesday only, we'll issue instructions. We practiced that for some time, and I think later on again it got into trouble. We couldn't really pursue, because regulation is such a way that when there is a need for it, then regulator will come out with appropriate instructions, modifications, clarifications, or whatever it is. So that's why they continuously, regulators are changing their guidelines. That would mean that the speed with which the technology has to offer solutions is also in multiple, the speed has to be much, much more. Somebody did mention, they compare that with a tortoise and the hare. The hare cannot rest, and it should be always be hoping to go past the tortoise always. Anyway, so that's it. So speed is an essence of the RegTech, the quickness with which they can identify solution and offer. The biggest part is that the regulated entities themselves should feel the need for such a solution. That is where the first challenge comes up. The RegTech, so far, it looks more as a supply-driven offering rather than a demanding one from the regulated entities. So that is one thing which we need to be looking around. Definitely, there is a greater awakening among the regulated entities that we need to be taking appropriate support of technology, that is RegTech, to help them comply with. Because if they don't do it, compared to earlier days, today the consequences are much more serious. penalties are coming, reputation risk is coming. So to address all these things, it is better that they are well prepared, well in time, they use appropriate solutions available from the market, demand that, and implement it. So that's a second point about the challenges the RegTech would be needing to support the banks to solve those challenges. Another challenge which the RegTech group will have to keep in mind is that it is not a one-off solution. It will be, once you have committed either as a product or as a service, as a solution to one regulated entity, you should continue to be in supporting that entity for a long time. Because the regulations are changing every now and then. So every now and then, so maintaining this software solution that you are offering will have to be a permanent, almost kind of permanent commitment, long-term commitment, not permanent, at least a long-term commitment. Then only it will be useful for the regulated entity. So that will have to be kept in mind by the RegTech group. Then another point which I wanted to emphasize that relate to, many times you will find that the solution that you offer will have to coexist with the systems which the banks or the other regulated entities are using today. That is retrofitting the solution that you are offering. It cannot be standing on its own separately. Standalone solution will not be feasible. It has to have forward backward linkages with the existing system, either to receive information from the data from the existing system or to feed back to them. So that is going to be a challenge from another angle, because that integrating with the existing system, it will have to be supported by the existing software supplier of that entity. That integration also can be challenging many times. So we need to be resolving that with a good amount of good officers from both the user and the other party that who have provided that earlier. So customizing, there's another issue. It is not that you have a solution which you offer to one entity and straight away you can start offering the same solution to another entity. It may not be possible many times. You will find that the other entity may require quite a bit of customization, which completely changes the solution which you want. Unless you are prepared for doing that, again there will be a problem for selling your own web. The core of your solution may be appealing to them, but unless the customization is also you are ready to provide for, then only it will be useful to the regulated entity. So, next, another issue relate to the, sometimes people do discuss about whether this RegTech offering should be certified by somebody, preferably the regulator themselves. I don't think any regulator will ever agree to give a certification like that, or saying that this is a good product, it can be marketed by you, or recommending to the regulated entities, those kind of things you can never aspire for. The regulators will typically not endorse such position. Rather, it will be when you offer to some regulated entity, they have started using it, and when the regulator comes as a part of supervision, they may make certain comments about that. That's the way the endorsement would come in practice rather than directly. So that you should be prepared for, that there is no question of regulator endorsing directly your products and solutions. Then there is another point many people have raised about RegTech basically starts from the technology group. The people who are savvy and tech savvy, they have come out with their readiness to offer solutions based on the cutting edge technology, the expertise which they have acquired. So based on that, they want to offer. That is one part of it. The second, simultaneously, obviously, domain knowledge will have to be there in there, and they have to acquire by getting people, or that domain knowledge people have migrated towards and collaborating with the tech group companies. So then the next question people have raised is that whether how do we really understand and interpret the regulation which is issued by the regulator? Will there be an opportunity for getting it clarified by the regulator? Regulators will always be prepared to give clarification. They will be definitely be coming forth when you approach them. They will be able to listen and then give whatever clarification to make you better understand the situation. So that opportunity you should always utilize for. There could be chances which we were debating and otherwise also, that whether there should be a standing forum in which, through which the RegTech can be interacting with the regulator and the regulated entities. So that is one thing which we need to think about, because in the days to come, the need for RegTech will continuously be increasing. That would mean that it will be a good idea to have a specific table or platform through which the interaction among all the stakeholders, the RegTech, the regulated entities and the regulators can periodically happen. There are methods through which it can be done. It can be a small umbrella, for example, in the banking sector under the Indian Bank Association. There can be a subgroup meant for compliance, who periodically can meet and start exchanging notes about the pain points in terms of regulatory requirement, and based on that, what kind of solution, common solution can be developed and who can develop it, or any RegTech coming forward with a solution can be demonstrated through that forum. So that is one group where we can think about creating a structure. Second, like our institute like IDRBT, where again the IDRBT is one of the offering has always been to bring people, all stakeholders relating to technology use. So there can be a periodic arrangement through which people can share their requirements, and based on that, communication can be received by the RegTech group, and RegTech can also demonstrate to them in those fora. And Reserve Bank itself has now its own subsidiary, RBI Innovation Hub, through which Reserve Bank offers the sandbox. Today in the early morning, Mr. Pati, the CGM, has explained about what all Reserve Bank is doing to support the RegTech. So that is another forum through which the regular interaction can be taken about. And the topic, subjects wherein the RegTech can offer solutions ranges across the system. It is not related to only to risk management or to compliance specific or the reporting or KYC, AML, like that. No, it is, the regulatory requirement cuts across every aspect of whether it is bank or insurance or securities industries. So that way, the scope that is available for RegTech is enormous. You have the capability from the perspective of bringing in the best technology which can be utilized for the purposes of compliance. So that is where your role comes. I am very happy to see through so far whoever has made presentation, the ideas that you have brought forth. It is very, I am happy to note that, and in the days to come, definitely many more RegTech companies will come forward and make the entire system more efficient, and it is much more compliant worthy. That's all. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I request you to stay on stage. We'll have Hemant give you a token of appreciation. And as you know, we are also going to be talking about a Deloitte report on RegTech. So, in the meantime, Hemant and Mr. Gandhi, if you would both be on stage for the next. Okay, sure. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Aruna and Rohit from Deloitte to join Mr. Gandhi on stage, and Gaurav Prakash to represent Zone Startups India, as we talk about the Deloitte RegTech paper that they are announcing today. Sir, gave you a little bit of a flavor about the paper, but...
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. I'm not going to take a lot of time. This is a report that we've put together. It's a culmination of actively following this space for the last 2 years. And we have reached out to all of you, in fact, and put together a white paper of sorts, a point of view on what RegTech is. And this, we see that there's a lot of momentum that's being generated, thanks to all the efforts here in this room that we see. A lot of momentum has been generated over a few years now. And it's been the area of focus for tech companies, regulators, obviously the regulated entities, and interestingly, a lot of evangelists who are also kind of carefully seeing what's happening in the space, and of course the consultants. Some of the things that we've covered in this report are the benefits and what are kind of areas that RegTech can cover. Specifically, we've looked at the expansive definition of RegTech and how it can benefit both the regulators and the regulated entities. And we've talked about the stack of technologies that can be considered. More importantly, in this, we've talked about the challenges that regulated entities face when they're implementing some of the RegTech solutions. I think you might find that interesting because from there are pointers that you might want to take to see how you can solve for those. We've also covered point of view from the RegTech firms to see what are the challenges they're facing when they tap on the doors of regulated entities, and some pointers for how those can be solved as well. We've also looked at, so the space is emerging really, really fast. So we've also looked at how the space could look like a few years from now, and what are some of the levers that we can use to kind of work through and make this a more accelerated adoption, which is what all of us want without exception. So I hope you find this interesting to read, and definitely there's a profile of all of you included as a part of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up, I'd like to call on stage Mansi Fadnis, who's going to be the moderator for the panel discussion that we're about to have. Mansi is a media professional with a career spanning over 14 years. She's head video editorial and senior anchor at Your Story Media currently, but she's previously worked as a reporter, producer, anchor, voiceover artist, and a documentary filmmaker. She's worked with leading news channels like CNN IBN, CNBC TV 18, Bloomberg TV India on various feature shows. She's also been associated with some leading global companies like Roche Pharma, Cipla, K. Raheja Corp, and the SR Group. Welcome, Mansi.
Okay, so we are going to have a very interesting panel discussion. I know it's been a very long day for all of you, but trust me, the content is going to be very, very interesting. So for this, I would like to invite on stage with me Mr. Vivek Venugopalan, National Head Digital Transaction Banking, Yes Bank. Welcome, Vikram. Mr. Karthik Vemparala, Founding Member, Sprinto. Welcome, Karthik. And we have Mr. Vikram Sivaraman, Country Head, Capita. Welcome, Vikram. All right, I'm just going to shift a little. All right, so I think the financial landscape has been rapidly evolving, and it has become increasingly important for BFSI enterprises to collaborate with fintechs and regtechs in order to stay competitive, meet regulatory requirements, and provide, of course, innovative services to customers. So to discuss that, we have this panel discussion today. And I would actually like to start off by asking all of you this. Now, BFSI enterprises and fintechs actually started off as competitors. But I think the growing number of collaborations are proof that it's a big boost to these collaborations. So my first question would be, what, according to you, are the key factors that actually drove this shift? Let's start with you, Karthik.
In general, the speed of innovation, the user experience, and adoption of newer age technology is much faster in fintechs and early stage startups. Banks, of course, have to be highly regulated. So I think definitely there was an advantage in collaborating with early stage startups, and that has definitely seen the momentum shift in the recent years. Yeah, I think that's a good starting point of the discussion, but happy to hear from my colleagues as well.
So I think if you really look at it, the first and the most common manifestation of fintechs in India is the payments or the lending, and wherever you are able to facilitate instant gratification kind of use cases. And if you see our payment landscape, India has had real-time payments, though not 24/7, from 2005 or 2004.
Right.
But you would notice that the advent of the fintech revolution, if you could call it so, was more around 2015, 2014 and 2015. That is when probably the UPI and IMPS made its entry. But one more very crucial aspect was that the banks had started realizing the values of externalizing their APIs.
Right.
When that came about, that was the sweet spot where the fintechs could bring about their innovation, riding on the bank's ability to do the last mile. And I think that's really when it kind of took off.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Vivek. Vikram?
I'll give a perspective maybe from a funding sort of view. As you said, when things started off, the opportunity for fintech was clear. So many startups were funded with a sort of plan to compete with banks, large institutions, to disrupt the way they were operating. And banks, again, a lot of them treated this with skepticism. A lot of them wanted to build their own teams to compete. I think as time went by, the startups realized that funding was not infinite. They had to show results. And they really could not build the consumer base, which has been built over several decades with the larger financial institutions. The financial institutions probably felt the difficulty in really, let's say, running a technology company within a BFSI company with all the, sort of constraints. So their approach also probably changed from a, like build approach to more of a collaborate approach. And I think that's bringing these two segments closer. From a regulator's perspective, I think the nature of the way technology is evolving, exotic asset classes, etc., they probably also feel this pressure to say, we have to keep control of this market, and we see an ecosystem which is willing to support us in this, and why don't we allow private enterprise to step in? So that would be my
Right. So, talking about collaborations and talking about the ecosystem, of course, Vikram, I would like to ask you this. What role, according to you, do these collaborations with enterprises, fintechs, and startups play here? And also, please give us examples from your journey of building Capita on how these collaborations are important for the ecosystem.
So we started off as a SaaS platform for equity management. But very early, one of the key ways in which our GTM was different, we focused a lot on partnerships and on really developing an ecosystem. We catered to a certain aspect of maybe RegTech, but even that domain where we catered to, we were very clear we could not solve all problems. And we needed, or we felt the need to foster an ecosystem where we work with others and present a real solution to a customer rather than just saying, we solve one part of the problem, please find solutions to the others. And even the approach in which, which we felt makes sense was rather than being disruptive and, sort of changing the way people are doing business or the way in which traditional players are approaching it, be collaborative and enable them to add more value to customers rather than putting them out of business in a way. So to that end, I think we focused and we built a network of almost 300 partners, and partnerships remains a forefront of our GTM strategy even as of today.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, Vivek, I would like to come to you. While we are speaking about these collaborations, I think, and we are seeing an emerging number of collaborations happening in the ecosystem, I think it would be right to say that we are still at a nascent stage because the challenges are many. So what, according to you, are these key challenges that enterprises, and BFSI enterprises and RegTech, fintechs face when they collaborate, and how can these be improved?
Right, and I think the challenges are well known, and I think the key among them, if you were to break it down, is first from a bank's perspective, from a regulatory standpoint, and from how a fintech engages with the bank, which is a regulated entity, heavily regulated entity, is that first is the fitment conundrum, if I could call it that, right?
Okay.
Quite often what happens is that you know instinctively that, yeah, what I hear or what I see in the demonstration is very, very apt for me. But how do I, so if for a bank to replace legacy systems or to replace monolithic systems which have taken years to build and crores to, consummate, and it's akin to a running engine, right? Without stopping the engine, without stopping the vehicle, how do you replace one component and put it with another? That I think represents the first kind of a conundrum. And I'm not even talking about situations where there is a point, case of plenty of offerings for one solution. Even if there is a right fitment, the actual consummation is a challenge. I think it needs to be acknowledged. Corresponding to this, what the way ahead is, most banks are embracing cloud technology, the ability to embrace SaaS, right? In the truest sense, so as to achieve scale and so on and so forth. Despite best measures, I don't think the banking industry is there yet in terms of having key transactional information or data assets on the cloud. But all the moves are in the right direction towards that. And I think once that is in place, this conundrum would not be as much of a problem. If you have something, the ability to test it out in a smaller environment and then mainstreaming it would become far more simpler. The second aspect is that I was talking about how APIs really changed the game. But when every other bank started getting their own APIs and externalizing it, for the fintechs it becomes a challenge because these APIs are not standard now.
Right.
Each bank has its own life cycle of API management, which means that it comes with its own upgrade life cycle, which comes up with its own downtime issues, and it is for the fintech to grapple with all of these.
Right.
Maybe if you look at it from an open banking perspective, perhaps we are one of those countries where the guideline is not yet out on an open, standard open banking thing, but all banks are ready with their, maybe it is time for a standard which would help perhaps the fintech ecosystem kind of, because see what, areas which are reasonably mature and where quite a lot of traction has already been built, I think it is apt for standardization so that let differentiation not be in terms of the quality of the functionality in the API. Let it be on stability, resilience, and so on and so forth. So I think that becomes the second problem. And the third is the one policy which all of us have, that if I have the technology and I can give the convenience, that is paramount as against everything else. Again, instant gratification is a superb value add to the customer. But when you have to juxtapose it from a risk management framework, how do I really do real-time transaction monitoring at the speed of this? And just to give you an example of speed, you're talking about technology and I can give the convenience. That is paramount. 15 to 20 customers who do more than 1 million transactions every single day. Right? Yeah. And if that is the case, and if it has to be juxtaposed along with transaction monitoring, which again is not standardized, each bank has its own. We may not have the real-time databases. Some have to be pulled in from Excel sheets and so on and so forth. All of those are also kind of challenges, right? So the tendency to overlook some of this is very high for the short-term game.
Right.
I think the industry and the major players have seen enough of this to ingrain in their minds that I think the risk management has to be a day zero consideration along with writing the spec of the thing itself. So I think if the fintech partner and the bank collaborate real well, set small milestones with measurable outputs, either ways. If this happens, we move forward, otherwise we recalibrate.
Right.
That has to be reset. I think what is happening is that fintechs are in a mad rush to integrate with multiple banks at the same time, each with their own thing. So, I mean, they have their own cycles.
Correct.
Obviously, the standards would help, but having a very clear mindset of what needs to be achieved will help. And obviously, with frameworks like accelerator programs and sandbox is a brilliant opportunity, because quite a lot of disruption also comes in areas where there is no clear-cut black and white guidelines. What best, rather than to do it in a small environment, keep the regulator in the loop, conduct these sandboxes, experiment in a, and then take it out to the market. I think the framework is all there. It's just need to calibrate the thought process and be patient about it.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Now, while Vivek has touched upon a little bit of the challenges that fintechs, RegTech face, Karthik, my question to you is this, that according to you, what are the challenges that RegTechs face while working with larger enterprises, and how can those be addressed?
I think just double-clicking on what just was spoken about, I think we saw what are the challenges from the bank's standpoint, and some kind of standardization might really help. But on the side of the RegTechs and the fintechs, one of the hurdles that we've also seen beyond, of course, the business justification and impact justification is there's a trust chasm that needs to be surpassed, right? Especially if it's an early stage company working with a larger enterprise which has a lot to lose. And in this regard, there are essentially two major challenges that we've seen that RegTechs face. One is in terms of I would say an expertise gap, because regulation and compliance is typically a very dense topic, and it requires a lot of effort to understand what needs to be done on a day-to-day in order to comply. And even if, let's say, the expertise gap is filled, the second challenge that typically we've seen is in terms of the effort gap, because again, most early stage startups are grappling with survival challenges, right? And anything which is beyond that might almost seem like a distraction.
Correct. Right. So now coming to you, Vikram, could you tell us about a couple of inputs that you have for relevant policymakers here that would help increase collaborations in the fintech and RegTech space, and that would also create a much wider ecosystem impact?
So I think people are on the right track. I would say over the last maybe 3-4 years or so, but maybe more of an effort in terms of specifically policymakers. To create this enabling system for and attract private enterprise startups specifically to step in and solve the problems from a regulatory perspective. I think that little bit of a suspicion around should private enterprise step into something like regulation.
Right.
Is there a conflict of interest, etc. Maybe find structures to resolve those conflicts in some sense. And any sort of support, right? And some of it is already happening in the form of sandboxes, in the form of acceleration. I think all of that can be, more of that can be done in some sense, with financial assistance as well. As Karthik said, a young startup will struggle. They cannot, let's say, go through a lengthy tender process. They cannot maybe tolerate some of the, let's say, the working capital requirements which may be required in dealing with the government. So some tweaks to the traditional systems of, let's say, procurement, etc., to make it more startup friendly, or maybe like a separate window where you can set a limit. These contracts can be bid upon only by recognized startups, something like that. I mean, dual objectives. You solve the regulators' problem and you encourage startups to step up, grow, and take these products to the world as well.
Absolutely.
I think those would be some, maybe asks from my side.
Right. So you also mentioned private companies, and I think Capita is on a mission to digitize ownership records of private companies and enable a seamless workflow for transactions. Now, why do you think this is relevant for an ecosystem like India?
So the opportunity we see, and a lot of us, the founders and a lot of people in the company came from the private markets background. We have worked a lot with startups. There is a lot of information asymmetry between an unlisted company, a private company startup, versus the listed markets when it comes to records of ownership. As companies go through their funding journey, different instruments get issued, and people at some level struggle to keep track of this information, share it with the right parties, and manage their compliances as well. And the cost of non-compliance for a startup is fairly severe. It is either that your next transaction gets delayed, or you get delayed in due diligence, or it doesn't happen at all. So we came with a mission to use technology and create a single source of truth of ownership, basically digitize the ownership records, the ESOP records, the shareholding records for startups, for companies, and help them sort of share it with the right parties, and over a period of time also do more from a compliance perspective. So today we help track compliances, but our ambition is to really enable compliances for these startups. And this is, I would say, a universal problem. And in India, especially given the size of the startup market, and I would say the importance which everyone, including the government, gives to startups, I think these enabling, infrastructure is required, for the ecosystem to develop in the right fashion.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Vikram. Now, I would like to also talk about the challenge of compliance, Karthik. How do you think can larger enterprises assist fintechs, regtechs in overcoming these challenges, especially in the area of compliance?
At the end of the day, the journey needs to be taken by the startups who are intending to work with the larger companies. But I think in general, one of the things that typically goes without delving into a lot of detail is compliance. Just like a lot of other facets of an organization, companies need to learn to crawl and walk before they can run and fly, right? So there's always a starting point, like a baseline security or a privacy implementation before you can go for, let's say, ISO or a SOC 2 compliance, which typically is time consuming, and especially the audits are pretty intense. Like I would say, having some kind of a baseline requirement, which might help the companies be compliant or get started on the path to compliance, rather than even if, let's say, they are not fully compliant with all the 114 requirements of ISO or the thousands of requirements of several other frameworks, which might get intensive. And just touching on the point that Vikram also mentioned. In terms of policy, I find that there is a lot of innovation that we are doing, within fintechs and regtech space. I think, banks and a lot of the senior leaders in banks are working together to see what's the best way we can work with startups. And here is where, in terms of a long-term vision, I still find that most of the frameworks, the compliance frameworks, are borrowed from the West, whether it's an ISO or a SOC 2 or a PCI. I wonder if it's time for us to come up with our own standard of this is a startup-friendly standard that we could come up with and make it open to all. So that might also be a huge fillip to all the startups.
Wonderfully put, Karthik. Now, coming to you, Vivek, the banking sector is going through a digital transformation. What are the areas where you're seeing this transformation, and what are the trends that you expect in 2023?
In relation to the fintech
Yes.
ecosystem also. So as you said, quite a lot of, so if you just take payments as one yardstick, the banking industry, thanks to our regulators and the innovation of some of the banks in the country as well, we are miles ahead of even the developed countries in the world with regards to some of the capabilities that we have. And quite a lot of fintechs have now used that capability which banks now have, thanks to some of these APIs which banks provide, to innovate on the interface which the customer has. How quickly can I get onboarded? How quickly can I consummate a transaction? So on and so forth.
Right.
What is happening therefore is, for some of those use cases, like let's take lending for example, there are a lot of digital public utilities which have come up, right? Now for instance, bureau checks are not as cumbersome as it used to be. You can get a credit score of an individual or of an entity fairly quickly. GST kind of has opened up. You have account aggregator framework to get consent, and which helps you with the KYC process. There are other things even which facilitates in the cusp of commerce and banking. For instance, there is the Gati Shakti framework or the ULIP framework which has come through, which also opens up a lot of opportunities now. Traditionally, something which used to be heavily paper intensive is completely it's completely disrupted.
Absolutely.
Even though it is not a space where too many fintechs are, in the area of trade finance and cross-border transactions alone, the RBI customs have come up with information which completely does away with the need of the bank to collect any document from the customer. The whole LRS process is now, from an industry-wide perspective, is available as a centralized resource, which banks can tap into and validate.
Right.
Custom information for imports and exports, IDPMS, CDPMS is now available. I don't need a shipping document now. For domestic transport, if there is a e-way bill available, I don't need a lorry document or some of these things which are not standardized. Not only does it fast-track the transactions, but it adds to the digital bandwagon. I just hope that this concentration risk which we see of too many fintechs pivoting towards payments and lending and ERPs and wealth management, for instance, if they can also try and make use of some of these things, because it has been an established fact, right, that they have the ability to focus deeply on one area and disrupt that environment for banks to follow.
Right.
If you use that as the norm, while they have done it in this area, I think it's apt for them to come and disrupt this area. If you just take MSME and the areas of trade finance and some of this commerce-led activities, there's so much that the government has made available now. It just needs to be picked up and disrupted. And I just hope that the fintech bandwagon picks up on that as well.
Right.
So some of those areas is where it is very, very interesting. The public bank juxtaposition of digital assets.
Right. Thank you so much, Vivek. Karthik, your thoughts on this?
I think my colleague put it extremely well. There's various opportunities beyond the, I would say, the top 1% that I think most fintechs and regtechs are currently focusing on. And I think this is just the starting point. I'm very excited for what the next 10 years or the next decade of innovation will unfold, because I feel we are just about getting started. I think the real innovation, like my colleague put it, I think started around 5 or 6 years ago. So I'm very excited to see how the evolution of this Indian startup and the making sure that we are able to reach the millions that the banks can help distribute. I'm very excited to see how that pans out.
Absolutely. Vikram, your thoughts, please.
So, no, I echo what Karthik said, very optimistic with respect to the startup ecosystem in general, and thereby these emerging areas in terms of RegTech, compliance tech, etc., the collaboration between BFSI, large institutions and startups in general. I think India has leapfrogged several other nations in terms of the infrastructure we have created, and it's only now that I think it's really getting utilized and the use cases really are emerging. And so this will be an emerging field, and I guess it only remains to be seen what we can do. And what I'm also very optimistic about is for a lot of startups, even many startups in the room here, to really take these solutions global, and for us to potentially be known as a RegTech hub or a compliance tech hub, taking our solutions. We have the talent, we have been giving the talent out, and we are already known for that in several geographies. Now can we even make it a technology play internationally? That would be my I would say aspiration. So.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think one of the things that we are also realizing is that the use cases that we see when it comes to businesses in India are so varied and vast that if a company has been able to solve for those use cases, I think we'll actually find it easier to solve for use cases in Europe and North America. So I think this is the start of great product companies being built in India. I think we will start seeing a lot more decacons and massive global product corporations built in India going forward. So that's the massive opportunity available for all of us and all the startups here.
Right, I think so. With your golden words, we'll close this discussion. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us here today and for this very insightful discussion. And I think do we have time for a couple of questions from the audience?
Yeah, we can take one question from the
One
audience, for sure.
question.
If there is one. It's been a long day. I'm just like...
All right.
I think we'll
Thanks
wrap
so
up.
much. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Could you guys stay on stage just a moment? We have small mementos for all of you. Yeah. Anasi? Screen back. Moderator in the middle. Organizations' names, please come up on stage and receive your mementos. AY Task isn't here, so Bond Bulls. Bond Bulls, are you here? Yeah, there, okay. Compliance Easy.
Compliance easy.
Their official name is different, right? So it throws people off. Please stay on stage. Please stay on stage. Compliance easy. Compliance easy. No, stay on stage. Yeah, sorry.
We should also get our team. Priyan also should be standing behind.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Manan.
Has Compliance Easy left? Okay. Cyber Nexa? Has Compliance Easy come back in the room? Deep Sights? Deep Sight? Deep Sight, Deepika. Yeah. How about Deep Sight? Drona Pay up next. Priya, Sonali, please. Kritika, Ambarish, also calling on stage all the partners. Yes Bank, Capital, Deloitte. I'd like to call upon stage Hemant Gupta, MD Zone Startups. Hemant, all yours. लिस्ट में पास नहीं है, मेरे पास खाली ऑर्डर है ना.
That pad. All right. So this is the moment that a lot of us have been waiting for. And, I was in that room with the jury trying to figure out the top three. And I think most of the time we spend on debating how tough it was to actually select the winners from such a, such an accomplished cohort. And their job has not been envious. So thank you very much, jury, for your hard work and your patience. I hope that the awards that follow are just icing on the cake. The cake would have been the program in which you guys underwent mentoring, coaching, market connects, hopefully proof of concept, opportunities, sandbox access, etc. And I hope all of you, if at any point in time you guys need support, need help, please approach Zone. The program is not the ending of this relationship, it's just the beginning. So with that, we have 5 prizes today. We have 2 prizes of 1.5 lakhs each from our program partners, Printo and Capita. And then there are 3 cash prizes from the program sponsors, DST and the other partners. So I'd like to start by first calling upon Sprinto to give their prize for, come. So the winner of the Sprinto prize is IntelliWings. Give them a big hand.
Award on Investment Readiness. And IntelliWings, we need you back on stage. So that's the Investment Readiness Award by Capita. And once again, Capita, thank you for all your support. You've been a good partner. And we hope that our partnership will extend way beyond this program. Now for the cash prizes, first, second, and third. Should we do 3 to 1 or 1 to 3? 3 to 1? Okay, so we'll do 3 to 1. Okay, the third prize, cash prize of 3 lakh rupees goes to Identify. And can I call upon Manish here? For the second prize, can I call Ambrish on the stage? And the second prize, oh, there must be a mistake here. Are we sure about this? No, I'm kidding. So again, the second prize actually goes to DivSite, and who I believe already have some POC things from Yes Bank as a demonstration of your good work. Congratulations, guys.
That takes you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you. When the sun
And now is the moment we've all been waiting for, the first prize. Can I call upon Mr. Gandhi to give away the first prize?
decided to stay forever. Decided to stay
So, before I announce the first prize, I'd like to thank everybody once again, especially the Zone team and all the partners for all the hard work that has been put into making this program happen. And the first prize of 10 lakh rupees goes to Hyperverge. Okay. All of you are winners, of course. These three are carrying back prizes, but all of you hopefully have taken value from this program and will continue to be associated with us. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Ambrish Datta to give some closing remarks.
Thank you, Hemant. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate all the winners, our partners, participants for being here. This has been a phenomenal day, and I must thank the entire Zone team and all the supporters for taking this effort to put this up together. When the RegTech Conclave was being thought and the accelerator program was being designed, I don't think any of us had any idea that this will turn out to be of this size and shape and scale. Extremely happy that it has turned out to be successful, and today in this iconic hall, as we have assimilated today to identify the winners, I think this has been a great start. This is not the end, but just the beginning of what we want to do in the RegTech space. Firstly, I'd like to thank formally the DST team for having trust on Zone and for allowing us to put this program up together. The team from Reserve Bank of India, the IFSC, the Gift City, of course BSC, Yes Bank, BCT, Capita and Sprinter for showing your support and being here. I'd like to also congratulate not just the winners, but also let everyone else know, whoever participated, that when you win, you probably take back happiness, but when you don't, you probably carry some wisdom. So I'm sure when you go back, you'll probably have a few learnings for you to take back home and work on them. But before I end, I'd also like to thank our chair, Mr. Gandhi, for taking time and effort of being here. He's been a guiding light in this space for many, many years as a regulator. And I'd like to personally thank you for taking your time and effort for being here and being a part of this. Thank you once more, and congratulations to the entire Zone team and the jury members and everyone else from our partners as well as our other members for being here today and making sure that the event was successful. So thank you once more.
Can I call upon the three winners to come on stage? We can take a picture together. Actually, four, right? Because fourth and fifth are the same. So, come, you can get your checks also.
Could I request the jury to stay back on stage for their mementos? We've made you wait incredibly long for this, sir. Thank you so much. Please. Komal for you. No. Thank you. No, not before you have some food. No. Thank you very much, all of you, for having patiently stayed back, heard these pitches, supported the startups. Many of you have sat while we didn't intentionally take a tea break so that we could all disperse early for the evening. So please request you to join us all for high tea. In the meantime, would also like to announce from our partners, Banking Frontiers. Give me a moment, please. Yeah. Okay, please, no. But first, an announcement from Sprinto.
Just a quick one, won't keep you all waiting long. There is a small gift that on behalf of Sprinto, I've brought for all the participants today. And like Hemant was mentioning before, that all of us are winners. This is a book that I had first read many years ago, reread it several times over the years, continues to be a source of inspiration for me. So there are copies of this book that are going to be lying around on this table. So feel free to grab your copy, as you go for your high tea or when you're on your way out. So it's a book called Jonathan Livingston Seagull. Some of you might have read that book. In fact, one of my, I would say the person that I really look up to is Rahul Dravid in a lot of ways. And in a talk recently, Rahul Dravid also mentioned that among probably thousands of books that he has read in his life, he would rate Jonathan Livingston Seagull as the #1 ranked book. So feel free to grab your copy, truly inspirational one, and thank you.
For the announcement, Zone Startups is thrilled to partner with Banking Frontiers to showcase startups and scale-ups into the banking and financial services industry. We believe that this partnership will provide our companies with valuable exposure and opportunities to grow their businesses, and we look forward to a successful collaboration. Their event, Technovity, is an innovation award for service providers, fintechs, and solution providers. Banking Frontiers will honor the innovators from the technology sectors for their contribution in innovation in the BFSI landscape. They invite you all to be a part of this exclusive event on the 25th of April, which is happening at Hotel Sahara Star. Details are available at their counter at the back. Please feel free to apply for the Innovation Awards as well. Would you like to announce? And with that, thank you very much. Please join us for high tea. And thank you again for your patience. Good evening.